Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Daphne Greengrass touched 9-year-old Harry Potter and activated an ancient pureblood marriage contract? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1: A Chance Meeting That Changed History. The Ministry of Magic's grand atrium had never felt so small. At least, that was what 9-year-old Harry Potter thought as he pressed himself against the cold stone wall, trying to disappear into the shadows between two towering golden fountains. The space that usually echoed with the purposeful footsteps of witches and wizards had been transformed into something far more chaotic: a children's magical exhibition, hosted by the Department of Magical Education, and Harry had never felt more alone in his entire life. He wasn't supposed to be here. His Aunt Petunia had received an official ministry notice 3 weeks ago, delivered by an owl that had terrified her so thoroughly she'd screamed for an hour and locked herself in the bathroom. The notice stated that all magical children residing in the United Kingdom were required to attend a preliminary assessment event to ensure proper magical development and early identification of gifted young witches and wizards. The ministry's tone had been polite but firm. Attendance was mandatory. Uncle Vernon had turned an alarming shade of purple when he'd read it over his wife's shoulder. "We will not have freakishness in this house," he'd bellowed, crushing the parchment in his massive fist. "We are normal people. Normal!" But the notice had been enchanted. Within seconds of being crumpled, it had smoothed itself out, reformed, and burst into a shower of golden sparks that spelled out the words, "Attendance compulsory," in shimmering letters before vanishing. The Dursleys had spent the next week in a state of barely contained fury, culminating in Uncle Vernon driving Harry to King's Cross Station that morning with a face like thunder and instructions to "Find the bloody platform yourself and don't expect any help from decent folk." Harry had found it. He'd always known he was different, even if he never understood why. Strange things happened around him. The time his Aunt Marge's wig had turned blue when she'd been particularly cruel, the incident with the garden gnomes that had somehow ended up on the roof, the way he could sometimes feel things before they happened. But he'd never seen magic like this. The atrium was alive with color. Floating lanterns drifted lazily overhead, shifting through rainbow hues as children ran beneath them, reaching up to touch the dancing lights. Tables lined the walls, covered in enchanted objects that moved and spun and occasionally transformed into things that made Harry's eyes go wide. A group of ministry officials in neatly pressed robes stood at the center of the room, their wands raised, directing the chaos with practiced ease. There were dozens of children. Some were with their families, laughing and pointing at the magical displays. Others, like Harry, stood alone, though they seemed to know each other, clustering together in small groups, their voices a constant murmur of excitement. Harry didn't belong to any of them. He tried to join a group of 3 boys who seemed about his age. They'd been looking at a display of miniature dragons that breathed real flames, their tiny wings beating furiously as they circled a glass enclosure. Harry had smiled, had stepped closer, had opened his mouth to ask if they knew what the dragons were called. One of the boys had looked at him, really looked, and his face had twisted. His eyes had swept over Harry's oversized, second-hand clothes, his 2 big glasses held together with tape, the nervous way he held himself. And without a word, the boy had grabbed his friends and walked away, leaving Harry standing alone in front of the dragons. That had been an hour ago. Now, Harry pressed himself against the wall, trying to make himself as small as possible. The magical exhibition was beautiful, but it was also terrifying. Everywhere he looked, children performed small acts of magic without even thinking about it, making objects float, changing the color of their robes, conjuring sparks from their fingertips. Harry couldn't do any of that. He tried. In the privacy of his cupboard under the stairs, he tried so many times to make something, anything, happen. But nothing ever did. He was broken, he decided. He was a freak, just like the Dursleys said, but not even a useful freak. He was the kind of freak that made strange things happen to him, not the kind that could make things happen himself. He was nothing. "Attention, young witches and wizards!" The voice boomed across the atrium, amplified by magic. Harry looked up to see a tall witch with silver-streaked hair standing on a raised platform, her robes a deep emerald green that seemed to shimmer with their own light. She smiled warmly at the assembled children, her hands clasped in front of her. "Welcome to the Ministry's magical exhibition and assessment," she continued. "My name is Madame Augusta Clearwater, and I am the head of the Department of Magical Education. Over the next few hours, you will have the opportunity to see some of the wonders of our world, to meet other young witches and wizards, and to participate in activities that will help us understand your unique magical abilities." Harry's stomach twisted. Abilities. He didn't have any abilities. What would happen when they realized he was a fraud? Madame Clearwater was still speaking. "We'll begin with some group activities, then move to individual assessments. But first, I'd like to invite you all to the center of the room. We have a special demonstration planned." The children surged forward, eager to see what was happening. Harry stayed pressed against the wall, watching as they formed a loose semicircle around the platform. Their faces were bright with excitement, their laughter filling the air. He waited until they were all looking at the platform before he moved. There was a small alcove near the back of the atrium, partially hidden by an enormous tapestry depicting the founding of Hogwarts. Harry slipped toward it, his heart pounding. He could watch from there. He wouldn't have to participate. He wouldn't have to be embarrassed. But the alcove wasn't empty. There was a girl sitting on the floor, her knees drawn up to her chest, her face buried in her arms. Her hair was a pale, silvery blonde, so light it was almost white, and she wore robes of the finest cut Harry had ever seen, deep blue, with silver embroidery at the cuffs and collar. She looked like a princess from the storybooks Mrs. Figg used to read him, all elegance and grace. Except she was crying. Harry froze. He didn't know what to do. He'd never been good with people, never had the chance to be good with people. The Dursleys didn't cry. They raged and shouted and hit, but they never cried. And Harry had learned long ago that his own tears only made things worse. He should leave. He should find somewhere else to hide. The girl clearly wanted to be alone, and Harry knew better than to intrude on people who wanted to be alone. It never ended well. But she was crying so quietly. Little hiccups that she was trying to smother, her small shoulders shaking with the effort of containing her misery. And something in Harry's chest ached at the sound. He didn't mean to speak. The words just came out, whispered into the space between them. "Are you okay?" The girl's head snapped up, and Harry saw her face for the first time. It was a beautiful face, delicate and pale, with eyes so blue they looked like chips of ice. But those eyes were red-rimmed, and tears still clung to her lashes. She looked startled, caught off guard, but also angry. As if Harry had no right to see her like this. "Who are you?" she demanded. "What are you doing here?" Harry flinched at the sharpness in her voice. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. I saw you crying and—" "I'm not crying." She wiped at her eyes furiously. "I have something in my eye." "It's nothing." Harry nodded, even though he knew it was a lie. "Okay. I'm sorry." He started to back away, to find another hiding spot. But something made him pause. The girl was sitting alone in an alcove, crying by herself, and Harry knew what that felt like. He'd spent most of his life alone, crying in the dark, waiting for someone to notice. He didn't think. He just acted. He sat down beside her, not too close, but close enough that they were sharing the same space. He didn't say anything. He just sat there, his back against the wall, his eyes fixed on the tapestry in front of them. The girl stared at him. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," Harry said. "Just sitting. You're sitting with me. Is that okay?" She opened her mouth, clearly about to tell him no, to demand he leave. But then something in her expression shifted. Maybe it was the way Harry was sitting, his shoulders hunched, his hands clasped in his lap, his entire posture screaming, "I'm not a threat." Or maybe it was the fact that he wasn't demanding anything from her, wasn't asking her to explain, wasn't trying to comfort her with empty words. Whatever it was, it made her hesitate. "You're not going to ask me why I'm crying?" she finally asked. Harry shook his head. "Only if you want to tell me." The girl's lips twitched. It wasn't quite a smile, but it was close. "You're strange. Everyone tells me that. I don't mean it as a bad thing," she said quickly, and there was something almost panicked in her tone, as if she was afraid of offending him. "I just mean, you're not like the other children. They all want to be seen. They want to be noticed. You..." She paused, studying him. "You want to disappear." Harry ducked his head. "Maybe I do." "Me too," the girl whispered. "Today, anyway. My parents wanted me to come, but I didn't want to be here. I never want to be here." "Why not?" She shrugged, a delicate movement of her shoulders. "I don't like being around so many people. They all look at me, and they see my name, not me. They see the Greengrass heir, the perfect pureblood girl. And I'm not." She broke off, shaking her head. "I'm not what they think I am." "I don't know who the Greengrasses are," Harry offered. "I don't know anything about magical families. I only found out I was magical a few weeks ago." The girl's eyes widened. "Really? But that's impossible. How could you not know? The family I live with, they didn't tell me. They don't like magic. They don't like anything to do with it." Harry paused, then added, "They call me a freak." The girl looked horrified. "That's terrible. That's not true. You're not a freak." "I know," Harry said, though he didn't really believe it. "But they make me feel like one anyway." They sat in silence for a moment, watching the other children through the gap in the tapestry. The demonstration was still going on. A group of magical performers were making clouds appear in the middle of the atrium, shaping them into animals that flew around the room. "I'm Daphne," the girl finally said. "Daphne Greengrass." "Harry," he replied. "Harry Potter." Daphne's face went pale. "Potter? You're that Potter? The boy who lived?" Harry winced. "I don't know what that means. Everyone keeps saying it, and I don't understand." "You don't know what happened to your parents?" "I know they died," Harry said quietly. "I know they were killed. But no one ever told me how. They just say it was an accident. A car crash." Daphne stared at him. "A car crash? No one told you about the Dark Lord? About the war?" Harry shook his head. "No one tells me anything." That's so strange," Daphne murmured. "Everyone knows who you are. Everyone. Has always known. You're famous, Harry. The most famous wizard in Britain." "I don't want to be famous," Harry said, and the words came out more forcefully than he'd intended. "I just want to be normal. I want to have a family. I want to have friends. I don't want to be different." Daphne's expression softened. "You're not different. You're like me. We both don't want to be seen. We just want to be ourselves." She reached out, her small hand stretching toward him. It was an innocent gesture, a gesture of friendship, of connection. Harry had never had anyone offer him a hand before. Not like this. Not without wanting something from him. He took it. The moment their fingers touched, everything changed. A burst of silver light exploded from their clasped hands, so bright that Harry had to squeeze his eyes shut. He heard Daphne gasp, heard the sharp intake of breath from somewhere outside the alcove. And then he felt it, a burning sensation that started in his palm and spread up his arm, hot and cold at the same time, like nothing he'd ever experienced. When he opened his eyes, he saw them. Silver runes were blazing around them, floating in the air like ancient writing come to life. They spiraled around Harry and Daphne, forming intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with power. The runes were beautiful and terrible at the same time, full of a magic that felt older than anything Harry had ever encountered. "What's happening?" he gasped, trying to pull his hand away. But he couldn't. His fingers were locked with Daphne's, held together by a force he couldn't understand. The silver runes were spinning faster now, forming a cocoon around them that was visible even through the tapestry. The contract. Daphne breathed, her eyes wide with shock. It can't be. It's been dormant for centuries. It's supposed to be impossible. Contract? What contract? The Potter Greengrass marriage contract, she said, and her voice was barely a whisper. It's a legend. An old story? But it's real. It's always been real. And it just... She stared at their joined hands. It just activated. Outside the alcove, chaos had erupted. Ministry officials were shouting, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of confusion. Children were screaming, pointing at the silver light that was now visible through the tapestry. Madame Clearwater's voice rang out, demanding order, demanding answers, but no one knew what to do. And through it all, Harry and Daphne sat in their bubble of silver light, their hands locked together, their faces pale with shock. Let go, Harry said desperately. Let go of my hand. I can't, Daphne said, and there was real fear in her voice now. I've been trying. It won't let me. I don't want to be married, Harry said, his voice cracking. I don't even know you. I know, Daphne said, and tears were streaming down her cheeks again. I know. I don't want this either. But the contract, it doesn't care what we want. It cares about bloodlines. About ancient magic. About... She broke off, her eyes widening. What? Harry demanded. What is it? The contract activated because we touched, she whispered. Because we met. Before Hogwarts. Before we knew what we were doing. It was waiting for this moment. It was waiting for us to choose each other. I didn't choose anything, Harry said, and there was a desperate edge to his voice. I just wanted to help you. I just wanted to be kind. And that's what sealed it, Daphne said. The magic recognized the choice. It recognized that we reached out to each other without being prompted. Without being told. It recognized free will. The silver runes were slowing now, settling into place around them. They formed a shimmering curtain that pulsed with gentle light, and Harry could feel something settling into his very bones. A connection. A bond. Something that linked him to the girl in front of him. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do this to you. Daphne looked at him, and something in her expression changed. The fear was still there, but it was tempered with something else. Something that looked almost like wonder. You didn't do this to me, Harry, she said. We did this together. Both of us. The magic doesn't lie. It doesn't force. It only responds to what's already there. What's already there? She reached out with her free hand, the one that wasn't locked with his, and touched his cheek. It was a gentle gesture, featherlight, and Harry felt his breath catch in his throat. I don't know yet, she admitted. But I think we're going to find out. The runes flared one last time, a brilliant burst of silver that illuminated the entire alcove. And then they faded, seeping into Harry and Daphne's skin, leaving behind nothing but a faint warmth and the lingering sensation of something ancient and powerful. They let go. Harry stared at his hand. There was nothing visible on it, no marks, no scars. But he could feel the connection, a thread of magic that linked him to the girl sitting beside him. It was faint, barely there, but unmistakable. What happens now? He asked. Daphne looked at him, her blue eyes serious. Now? Now everything changes. The tapestry was pulled aside, and Madame Clearwater stood there, her face pale beneath her silver-streaked hair. Behind her were a dozen ministry officials, their wands raised, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Miss Greengrass, Madame Clearwater said, her voice trembling slightly. Mr. Potter. Please come with us. There are things we need to discuss. Very important things. Harry looked at Daphne, and Daphne looked at Harry. In that moment, something clicked into place. Harry didn't understand the magic that had just happened, didn't understand the contract or the runes or any of it. But he understood that he was no longer alone. That the girl beside him was connected to him in a way that went beyond anything he'd ever experienced. It was terrifying. It was confusing. And yet, Harry didn't want to let go. The ministry's meeting room was enormous, with a long table that seemed to stretch forever and chairs that were far too big for a 9-year-old. Harry sat in one of them, his legs dangling, his hands clasped in his lap. Beside him, Daphne sat in an identical chair, her posture perfect, her expression composed. But Harry could see the way her hands were trembling slightly. Could feel the echo of that trembling through the connection between them. Madame Clearwater sat at the head of the table, flanked by several ministry officials whose names Harry hadn't caught. There was also a man in black robes who introduced himself as an ancient magic specialist, and a woman with a stern face who said she was from the Department of Mysteries. "The Greengrasses have been contacted," Madame Clearwater said. "They're on their way. As have—" She paused, her expression flickering with something Harry couldn't identify. "As have your guardians, Mr. Potter." Harry's stomach dropped. "My guardians? Your aunt and uncle, yes. Their details were on your file." "No," Harry said quickly. "Please, don't call them. They'll be so angry. They'll—" "Mr. Potter," the woman from the Department of Mysteries cut in, her voice cold. "I understand this is difficult, but the situation is unprecedented. An ancient marriage contract has been activated. That hasn't happened in centuries. We need to understand what's occurred, and that means involving your legal guardians." "They're not my guardians," Harry said. "They're just my relatives. They don't want me. They've never wanted me." There was a moment of silence. Harry could feel everyone's eyes on him, could feel their pity mixed with their confusion. He hated it. He hated being looked at like he was something broken. Then Daphne spoke up, her voice steady despite the trembling of her hands. "Harry's family doesn't treat him well," she said. "He told me. They call him a freak. They make him feel like he's worthless. I don't think they should be involved in this." "Miss Greengrass, your concern is noted," Madame Clearwater said. "But the law is clear. Until a wizard or witch comes of age, their family is responsible for them." "I'm responsible for him now," Daphne said, and there was something fierce in her voice. "The contract made me responsible. Miss Greengrass, you're 9 years old. And in 300 years of recorded contract history," Daphne replied, "not a single activation has ever been overturned by the ministry. The contract is older than the ministry. It's older than any law you've written. If the contract says I'm responsible for him, then I'm responsible." Harry stared at her. She was defending him. This girl he just met, who knew nothing about him, was defending him against a room full of adults. Something warm bloomed in his chest. "My parents will want to speak with you," Daphne said, turning to Harry. "When they get here. They're going to be confused and frightened, and maybe a little angry. But they're good people. They'll listen." "How do you know?" Harry asked. Daphne smiled. It was the first real smile he'd seen from her, and it transformed her face. "Because they raised me." The door opened, and Harry's head snapped up. But it wasn't the Dursleys. It was a tall man with dark hair and silver eyes, accompanied by a beautiful woman with the same pale blonde hair as Daphne. They were dressed in robes of impeccable cut, and they moved with the kind of grace that spoke of generations of wealth and privilege. "Father," Daphne said, sliding down from her chair. "Mother." Lord Greengrass crossed the room in 3 swift strides, pulling his daughter into an embrace. His expression was a mixture of concern and urgency, but there was also love in his eyes. "Daphne, are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, Father. I promise." Lady Greengrass was looking at Harry, her eyes wide. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "The boy who lived. We've heard so much about you." Harry ducked his head. "I don't know why everyone calls me that. I don't remember anything." "You don't remember?" Lady Greengrass pressed a hand to her chest. "You don't remember what happened to your parents? Your daughter is absolutely correct in her assessment of what happened in that alcove, a voice said from behind him. I've done some preliminary checking through the records I have access to, and you've violated ministry protocol, the stern woman from the Department of Mysteries interrupted. This matter should have been brought to us first before any outsiders were involved. The Greengrass family is an ancient and noble house. They are hardly outsiders. In any case, the contract is already active. Nothing we do now will change that. The man who spoke had just entered the room. He was tall, older, with a long white beard and half-moon spectacles perched on his nose. He wore robes of deep purple, and there was a twinkle in his eye that somehow managed to be both kind and knowing. Professor Dumbledore, Madam Clearwater said, sounding relieved. Thank you for coming. Headmaster Dumbledore, Lord Greengrass said, his voice carefully neutral. I wasn't aware you were involved in this matter. I wasn't until half an hour ago, Dumbledore replied easily. But the activation of an ancient marriage contract is a matter of great significance. I thought it wise to offer my assistance. He turned to Harry, and his expression softened. Mr. Potter, I know you must be terribly confused right now. I hope you'll allow me to offer what answers I can. Harry nodded slowly. Something about this man made him want to trust him, even though he just met him. It was the way he spoke, maybe, or the twinkle in his eyes, or the fact that he'd come to help without being asked. I have spent several hours researching your family's history, at the request of the ministry, and I have found something that may explain tonight's events. The Potter Greengrass contract is not simply an artifact. It's a purpose-built magical construct designed to ensure that two bloodlines that once saved us remain united. A promise of protection, if you will. But its activation requires both parties to choose each other freely. No coercion, no external pressure. Harry chose me, Daphne said quietly. He saw me crying, and he chose to stay with me. To comfort me. He didn't know who I was. He was kind. I've read the records, Dumbledore continued. The contract has been quiet for over 5 centuries. It was thought to have faded, to have been rendered inert by time. But it wasn't. It was merely waiting. It was waiting for him, Daphne said. Lord Greengrass's face was pale, but his expression had shifted. The fear was still there, but there was also something like determination. I'll take him home with us, he said. We'll dissolve the contract or, as I've attempted to explain, Lord Greengrass, the contract cannot be dissolved. Dumbledore's voice grew solemn. It is a sacred oath, bound by ancient law. Once activated, it becomes the responsibility of both houses. And it confers a great many protections. Protections? Harry asked. Magical interference, Dumbledore said simply. It would prevent anyone from harming you and in many ways render you a minor noble in your own right. The contract places you under the shared guardianship of the Potter and Greengrass houses until you reach adulthood. It cannot be broken. It can only be honored. The finality of his words hung in the air. Daphne reached for Harry's hand and squeezed it. Are you okay? She whispered. Harry looked at her. He didn't understand what had just happened. He didn't understand the contract, or the magic, or why everyone was looking at him like he was something important. But he understood one thing. I'm not alone anymore, he said. Daphne smiled again, and this time, there was no fear in her eyes. No, she said softly. You're not. Lord Greengrass cleared his throat, drawing the room's attention back to himself. We'll need to have the archives searched. Find out everything there is to know about this contract and its implications. If you have access to anything about the Potter line, Dumbledore, I'd appreciate it if you'd share it with us. Of course, Dumbledore said. I'm happy to help in any way I can. I will have our family historians look into the ancient rites, Lord Greengrass said. What was once a forgotten footnote in our history is now central to our house. And as for these ministry records, he let the silence stretch. There was a long pause. Harry looked around the room, confused. Then he saw the way Lady Greengrass's hand was resting on her husband's arm, the way her eyes were on him, not the ministry officials. Something was happening that he didn't quite understand. All ministry records pertaining to the contract and its activation will be placed under the joint protection of both houses, Lord Greengrass said. I'll have the appropriate documents drawn up. The ministry will not be permitted to examine the details of a sacred blood pact without our express consent. Lord Greengrass, this is an unprecedented breach of protocol. This is a family matter, Lord Greengrass said. The ministry has no jurisdiction over matters of ancient contract law. We will handle this. Harry felt another warm hand on his shoulder. Daphne had moved closer to him, her face solemn, her blue eyes fixed on him like he was the most important person in the world. Harry, she said, you're going to be okay. I promise. And for the first time in 9 years, Harry believed what someone was telling him. 3 hours later, Harry found himself standing in the grand foyer of Greengrass Manor. It was nothing like Privet Drive. The walls were paneled in dark wood, lined with portraits that moved and talked, and the ceiling soared upward into a vast dome of painted clouds and magical constellations. The furniture was elegant, covered in fabrics that shimmered with their own light, and everywhere Harry looked, there was something magical. Daphne stood beside him, still holding his hand. Mother and Father are in the library with the historians, she said. They said we could wait here. Or we could go to the gardens if you want. Or, can we just stay here for a minute? Harry asked. I need to catch my breath. Daphne nodded, leading him to a small bench near the window. They sat down, their shoulders touching, and Harry stared out at the grounds beyond. There were gardens out there. Beautiful, magical gardens with flowers that seemed to glow in the moonlight, and trees that swayed even when there was no wind. And beyond that, a vast forest that stretched all the way to the horizon. This is where you live, Harry said. It's beautiful. It's home, Daphne said. It's always been home. But it's never felt like this before. Like what? Like it's not just mine anymore. She looked at him, her expression unreadable. Like I'm sharing it with someone. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He was still trying to wrap his head around everything that had happened, the contract, the runes, the way everyone had looked at him like he was something precious. It was all too much, too fast. I should go back, he said. To my aunt and uncle. They'll be worried. No, they won't, Daphne said, and there was a fierce edge to her voice. I heard what you said in the meeting. They don't care about you. They've never cared about you. That's not true, Harry said, but even as he said it, he knew it was a lie. They made you live in a cupboard, Daphne said. They starved you. They called you names. That's not love, Harry. That's not family. Harry's breath caught. How did you know about the cupboard? Because you told me, Daphne said. Before everything happened. When we were sitting in the alcove. You told me what they did to you. Harry closed his eyes. He had told her. In those few minutes before the contract activated, before everything changed, he'd poured out his heart to this girl he'd just met. He'd told her everything. I'm sorry you had to hear all that, he whispered. I'm sorry I burdened you with. Don't apologize, Daphne cut in. Don't ever apologize for telling me the truth. I want to know everything about you, Harry. I want to know what you think, and what you feel, and what you dream about at night. I want to know all of it. Why? Harry asked, and his voice cracked on the word. Why do you care? Daphne turned to face him fully, taking both of his hands in hers. Because I'm responsible for you now, she said. The contract made me responsible. But also. She paused, her brow furrowing as she tried to find the right words. Also because you were kind to me. You saw me crying, and you didn't run away. You didn't try to fix me. You just sat with me. No one's ever done that before. I knew what it felt like to be alone. Harry said. That's all. That's not all. Daphne insisted. That's everything. That's the most important thing in the world. Being seen. Being understood. And you did that for me, without even knowing who I was. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He tried to blink them away, but they kept coming. I don't know how to do this, he admitted. I don't know how to be this. Whatever this is. I don't know how to be part of a family. Neither do I, Daphne said honestly. Not really. I mean, I have a family, but I've never had to share them before. I've never had to share anything before. But I think. She paused, her expression turning thoughtful. I think we can figure it out. Together. If you want to try. Harry looked at her. This girl who was his age, who was just as confused and scared as he was, who had somehow ended up bound to him by an ancient magic neither of them understood. Yes, he said. I want to try. Daphne smiled, and it was like the sun coming out from behind a cloud. Then let's start with the gardens, she said. Mother and Father won't mind. And I can show you where the fireflies live. Fireflies? They're enchanted, Daphne explained. They were created by one of my ancestors. They only come out at night, and they dance in patterns that tell stories. I used to watch them for hours when I was little. I'd make up stories to go with the patterns. Harry felt a smile spread across his face. I'd like to see that, he said. Daphne stood up, still holding his hand. Then let's go. They walked through the manor together, past portraits that watched them with curious eyes, past doors that opened and closed on their own. Daphne led him to a back door that opened onto a terrace, and beyond that, the garden stretched out before them. It was even more beautiful than Harry had imagined. The flowers glowed with soft light, casting a gentle illumination over the winding paths. And in the distance, he could see the fireflies, thousands of them, dancing in the air, forming patterns that shifted and flowed like living art. Look, Daphne said, pointing. Harry followed her gaze, and his breath caught in his throat. The fireflies were forming a story about a boy and a girl who met in a magical place, who reached out to each other in kindness, and who were bound together by something greater than themselves. Is that? He started. The fireflies always tell the truth, Daphne said. They know what happened today. They're celebrating it. Celebrating? Your birth was prophesied, Daphne said. A child of immense power, the last hope of the light. My ancestors feared that the light would falter. They connected their blood to yours because they wanted to ensure a strong alliance. And now, she smiled again. Now we know why. She turned to face him, and the fireflies seemed to gather around them, forming a shimmering curtain of golden light. Harry, she said. I know we just met. I know this is all really strange and scary. But I want you to know something. Whatever happens, whatever this contract means, whatever it expects of us, I'm glad it was you. Harry felt tears stream down his cheeks, but this time, they weren't tears of sadness. I'm glad it was you too, he whispered. Daphne. The fireflies swirled around them, dancing and celebrating, and for the first time in 9 years, Harry felt like he belonged somewhere. Like he had a home. Like he had a family. He didn't know what tomorrow would bring. He didn't know what the contract would demand of him, what challenges lay ahead. But standing in the gardens of Greengrass Manor, surrounded by dancing fireflies and holding the hand of a girl who had chosen him freely, Harry Potter knew one thing for certain. His life was never going to be the same. And for the first time in his life, that felt like a good thing. Chapter 2, The Forgotten Contract. The morning sun streamed through windows that Harry had never seen before. He lay in a bed that was impossibly soft, covered in blankets that seemed to adjust their own warmth to match his body temperature. The room around him was larger than the entire ground floor of Privet Drive, with vaulted ceilings painted with constellations that actually moved, slowly revolving across the plaster like a living sky. Harry blinked, disoriented. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming. Then the memories came flooding back. The ministry event. The alcove. Daphne's tear-streaked face. The silver runes blazing around them. The terrifying meeting with ministry officials. And then Lord and Lady Greengrass had brought him here, to this impossible manor, and tucked him into a bed that felt like sleeping on a cloud. He sat up slowly, his heart pounding. Was this real? Had any of it been real? A soft knock at the door made him jump. Harry? Daphne's voice came through the wood. Are you awake? Yes, he called out, his voice cracking slightly. Come in. The door swung open, and Daphne stepped inside. She was wearing robes of pale blue this morning, her silver blonde hair pulled back in a simple braid. She looked different from the girl in the alcove, less fragile, more confident. But there was still that same kindness in her eyes. Good morning, she said, smiling. Did you sleep well? I think so, Harry said honestly. I don't remember dreaming. That's good. Mother says sleep is important for growing wizards. She crossed the room and sat on the edge of his bed. Breakfast is ready. And Father wants to talk to us about the contract. Harry's stomach twisted. Is it bad? Daphne's expression grew serious. I don't think so. But he's been up all night with the family historians. They found something important. Something good or something bad? I don't know yet, Daphne admitted. But I think we should find out together. Harry nodded, swinging his legs out of bed. He was wearing soft pajamas that had appeared on his bed the night before. Magic, he assumed, though he still couldn't quite believe that such things were possible. The Greengrasses had provided him with everything he needed, from clothes to toiletries, without any of the grudging reluctance he'd come to expect from the Dursleys. It felt strange. Being cared for. Being wanted. Daphne led him through the winding corridors of the manor, past portraits that called out greetings to her, past suits of armor that bowed as they passed. The house itself seemed alive, breathing with a quiet magic that made Harry's skin prickle. Your parents, Harry said hesitantly. Are they angry? About the contract? I don't think they're angry, Daphne said slowly. Surprised, maybe. And worried. But not angry. She glanced at him. They know it wasn't our fault. The contract was sleeping for centuries. It just woke up. But why now? Harry asked. Why us? Daphne stopped walking. They were standing in front of a massive oak door carved with intricate runes, the same runes that had blazed around them in the alcove, Harry realized with a jolt. The historians think it's because of the prophecy, Daphne said quietly. The one about you. About the Dark Lord. I don't know any prophecy, Harry said. Everyone keeps talking about it, but no one will tell me what it says. Daphne bit her lip. I don't know all of it either. But I know that you're special, Harry. The contract recognized that. It recognized that the Potter bloodline was reaching a critical point, a turning point, and it activated to protect it. Protect me? Protect both of us, Daphne corrected. The contract was never just about marriage. It was about alliance. About two families coming together to face a common threat. The door swung open before Harry could respond. Lord Greengrass stood on the other side, his dark hair disheveled, dark circles under his eyes. But there was a fire in his expression that Harry hadn't seen before. Good morning, Harry, he said. Daphne. Come in. There's something you need to see. The library of Greengrass Manor was a cathedral of knowledge. Towering shelves stretched up to a ceiling that seemed to disappear into shadow, filled with thousands of leather-bound books. Globes of magical light floated between the shelves, casting a warm golden glow over the room. At the center of the space, a massive table was covered in scrolls and documents, their edges yellowed with age. Lady Greengrass was already there, along with two elderly wizards Harry didn't recognize. They were hunched over a thick tome, their wands tracing patterns in the air. Harry, Lady Greengrass said warmly. Daphne. Come, sit. We've made quite a discovery. Harry and Daphne took seats at the table, their shoulders touching. Harry could feel the connection between them, the same warmth he'd felt the night before, when the runes had activated. It was faint, but unmistakable. Lord Greengrass took a deep breath. "The contract," he began. "It's not a simple marriage pact. We've always known that the Potter and Greengrass families were connected by ancient blood magic, but we assumed it was merely a political alliance designed to strengthen both houses. We were wrong." He gestured to one of the elderly wizards, who stepped forward with a scroll that looked older than anything Harry had ever seen. The parchment was brittle, the ink faded, but the writing on it was still legible. "This document," the wizard said, his voice raspy with age, "was written by Harold Potter and Elara Greengrass, who were the original signatories. It was written 537 years ago. And it's not a marriage contract at all." Harry blinked. "It's not. It's a guardian pact." The room fell silent. Harry looked around, confused by the gravity in everyone's expressions. "What's a guardian pact?" Daphne asked, voicing the question Harry couldn't seem to form. The wizard smiled slightly. "A guardian pact is one of the most powerful forms of magic known to wizardkind. It's a blood oath that bonds two families together, not just in marriage, but in purpose. The signatories swear to protect each other, to aid each other, and to fight together against any threat that arises." "That sounds like a marriage contract," Lord Greengrass observed. "That's because the outer layers are similar," the wizard acknowledged. "But the core purpose is different. A marriage contract is about inheritance, about ensuring the continuation of bloodlines. A guardian pact is about war, about ensuring that two families with complementary magical talents can unite to defend against enemies." The other elderly wizard stepped forward now, unrolling a second scroll. This one was even older, the ink barely visible. "Harold Potter and Elara Greengrass were heroes of the First Wizarding War," he said. "Not the war that ended with the Dark Lord's first defeat, the First War. The one that took place 6 centuries ago, when magical Britain was threatened by a power that could have destroyed everything." Harry leaned forward, fascinated despite himself. He'd never heard any of this before. The Dursleys had never told him anything about his parents' world, and even the bits he'd overheard at the Ministry event had been confusing and fragmented. "What happened?" he asked. "There was a Dark Lord, long before Voldemort," Lady Greengrass said. "His name has been lost to history, erased deliberately, because speaking it was said to cause madness. But he was powerful. More powerful than anything magical Britain had ever faced. He raised an army of creatures and dark wizards, and he nearly succeeded in conquering our world." "How did he stop?" Harry asked. The wizard with the first scroll smiled grimly. "By the alliance of 2 young wizards and their families. Harold Potter was a master of defensive magic. His spells could shield an entire village from the most terrible dark curses. Elara Greengrass was a healer of extraordinary power. She could mend wounds that would kill any other wizard. Together, they fought the Dark Lord and his forces. The war lasted 15 years, and when it was finally over, they had lost everything, their homes, their families, everything they loved." Harry felt a lump form in his throat. "That's horrible." "It was," Lord Greengrass agreed. "But they survived. And they learned something important. They learned that alliance is the only way to defeat dark powers." The second wizard said, "No one wizard, no one family, can stand alone against such evil. They wrote the Guardian Pact to ensure that their descendants would never have to learn that lesson the hard way. But the pact was dormant." The first wizard continued. "It was meant to remain dormant unless certain conditions were met. The Potter and Greengrass families would continue to exist, to intermarry occasionally, but the true power of the pact would not awaken until it was needed." Harry swallowed hard. "And it woke up now. With me and Daphne. Because the conditions for its reawakening have been met," the wizard said. "The return of Voldemort. The threatened destruction of magical Britain. And," he paused, and his expression grew even more grave, "and the existence of a chosen one." "Chosen one?" Harry echoed. "You mean me?" "The prophecy," Daphne said quietly. "The one everyone talks about." Lord Greengrass nodded slowly. "There is a prophecy, Harry. The details of it are unknown to most of the magical world, but the Ministry has known about it since before you were born. It predicts that a child will be born who has the power to defeat the Dark Lord. And that child was born at the end of July. Harry finished, feeling a strange sense of inevitability. To parents who defied Voldemort 3 times. I know. People have been saying that since I started hearing about magic. Then you understand why the contract activated, Lady Greengrass said gently. The pact recognized the chosen one. It recognized that the Potter line has reached a critical point, where the fate of magical Britain may depend on their success. And it ensured that the Potter line would have allies, true allies, bound by magic and blood. Harry looked at Daphne. She was watching him with those clear blue eyes, and he could feel the warmth of the bond between them, like a quiet hum beneath his skin. So, we're not just married, he said slowly. We're partners? In a war? The marriage is part of it, Lord Greengrass admitted. The pact is strengthened by union, by the formal binding of bloodlines. But the partnership is the heart of it. You and Daphne will train together, fight together, and lead together. That is what the pact demands. Daphne reached out and took Harry's hand. It's a lot to take in, she said. I know it's scary. But we can handle it. Together. Harry squeezed her hand back. What about the contract itself? He asked. What do we actually have to do? The first wizard spread his hands. You are now magically bound. Until you turn 17, your magical cores are linked. You will be able to share power, channel magic through each other, and amplify each other's spells. After the age of 17, the marriage will be confirmed by a formal ceremony. But the bond is already in place. Compatibility, the second wizard added. You must practice together, learn together, and grow together. The bond will strengthen as you demonstrate trust, loyalty, and courage. If you do these things, the pact will grant you access to guardian magic, the same magic used by Harold Potter and Alara Greengrass to defeat the Dark Lord 6 centuries ago. Guardian magic, Daphne breathed. I've read about that. It's the most powerful protective magic in existence. Stronger than any other defensive spells. Precisely, the wizard said. And you are the heirs to it. You are the ones who will carry on their legacy. Harry looked down at his hands. They were just normal hands, small, pale, with calluses from years of doing chores and running from Dudley. They didn't look like they belonged to a hero. They didn't look like they could defeat a Dark Lord. I don't know if I can do this, he admitted quietly. I don't know anything about magic. I didn't even know I was a wizard until a few weeks ago. You don't need to know everything now, Daphne said firmly. That's why we're going to learn. Together. Your daughter is correct, Lord Greengrass said. Harry, you will be raised in this household from now on. The Ministry has granted your legal guardianship to us. The documents were signed early this morning. You will be educated in magic, etiquette, history, and politics. You will be given everything you need to fulfill your destiny. Harry's head spun. I'm staying here? Permanently? You're staying with us, Lady Greengrass confirmed, her voice warm. You will never have to return to your aunt and uncle. We've already collected your belongings. Not that there was much. Harry felt tears pricking at his eyes again. He'd never thought he would escape Privet Drive. He'd never thought anyone would want him. But here, in this strange and beautiful manor, surrounded by people who seemed to genuinely care about him, he could almost believe that things were going to be different. Thank you, he managed. Thank you all. Don't thank us yet, Lord Greengrass said, but there was a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There's a lot of work ahead. You'll be spending the next several years in intense study. And Daphne, you'll be studying with him. The pact requires that you are equals, so you will both be training in the same subjects. The ancient magic defenses, if it's not too soon, Daphne said, her voice careful. There was a pause. Lady Greengrass's eyes flickered toward her husband. Lord Greengrass looked at his daughter, then at Harry. Defense, he finally said. The Greengrass family has kept a defensive lore dating back centuries. magics that the Ministry has tried to suppress because they consider them too dangerous. Harry has a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead from the attack that killed his parents. Daphne said, almost carefully. You think Voldemort knew he was a threat? You think the prophecy is real? We have to assume it is, Lord Greengrass said grimly. And we have to prepare accordingly. Harry listened as the words washed over him. He didn't understand everything they were saying, but he understood the tone. There was fear beneath the determination. Something dark was coming, and they were trying to prepare for it. He would have to be ready. The days that followed were a blur. Harry woke each morning in his beautiful new room, dressed in clothes that were tailored to fit him perfectly, and went down to breakfast with the Greengrass family. Lord Greengrass was often absent, dealing with Ministry officials, the historians said, but Lady Greengrass was always there. Always smiling, always making sure Harry had everything he needed. And Daphne was always there too. They spent their days in the library, studying the ancient documents that the historians had uncovered. The Guardian Pact was complicated, layered with meanings that took hours of study to untangle. But the more they learned, the more Harry began to understand. It's all connected, Daphne said one afternoon, her finger tracing a line in an ancient text. The protective spells. The blood magic. The political alliances. Everything Harold and Alara did was designed to create a foundation that would last for centuries. A foundation for what? Harry asked. For war, Daphne said simply. They knew that darkness would rise again. They knew that the magical world would need protectors. So they built something that would last long after they were gone. And we're supposed to be those protectors? Daphne looked at him, her blue eyes steady. I think so. I think that's what the contract is really about. It's not about making us get married. It's about making us strong enough to face whatever comes. Harry thought about that. He thought about his parents, who had died protecting him. He thought about the prophecy, and the Dark Lord, and all the terrifying things that were waiting for him in the future. I don't feel strong, he admitted. I feel the same as I always did. Small. Useless. You're not useless, Daphne said firmly. You're the boy who lived. The contract chose you for a reason. It could have chosen anyone, but it chose you. But why? Daphne paused, considering. I don't know exactly. But I know that you're kind. You saw me crying, and you didn't run away. You didn't try to fix me. You just sat with me. That's not something everyone would do. I knew what it felt like. To be alone. That's the point, Harry. You understand people. You understand suffering. That's what makes you different from everyone else. That's what makes you powerful. Harry shook his head. I don't feel powerful. Then we'll work on that, Daphne said. We'll learn together. We'll practice together. And by the time we get to Hogwarts, we'll be ready. I promise. She reached out and took his hand. The connection between them pulsed gently, a warm hum of magic that made Harry's breath catch. Together, she repeated. Remember? That's what this is about. Harry nodded, squeezing her hand. Together. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his enormous bed, staring up at the moving constellations, thinking about everything he'd learned. The Guardian Pact. The ancient war. The prophecy. It was all so much, so overwhelming. How was he supposed to live up to any of it? A soft knock at his door made him sit up. Harry? Daphne's voice came through the wood. Are you awake? Yes, he called out. Come in. Daphne slipped into the room, wearing a silk nightgown that shimmered in the moonlight. Her hair was loose around her shoulders, and she looked younger somehow, more vulnerable. I couldn't sleep either, she admitted, sitting on the edge of his bed. Too much thinking. Me too, Harry said. It's all so big. The contract. The pact. The war. I don't know how to handle any of it. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Do you remember what you told me? In the alcove at the Ministry? Harry frowned. I told you a lot of things. You told me that you'd always wanted a family. That you'd always wanted someone to care about you. You said that more than anything, you wanted to belong somewhere. Harry felt his cheeks flush. I shouldn't have said that. It was stupid. It wasn't stupid, Daphne said firmly. It was honest. And it was brave. And I think. She paused, choosing her words carefully. I think that's what the contract is really about. Not war. Not politics. Belonging. What do you mean? I mean that Harold and Alara created the pact because they wanted their families to have each other, Daphne said. They'd lost everyone they loved in the war, and they didn't want their descendants to be alone. They wanted to make sure that the Potters and the Greengrasses would always have a family, no matter what. Harry stared at her. He'd never thought of it that way. He'd been so focused on the war, on the prophecy, on the terrifying destiny that awaited him, that he'd forgotten the most basic thing of all. You're saying, this is about family? I'm saying that I think we were meant to find each other, Daphne said softly. Not because of destiny or prophecy. Because we needed each other. You needed someone to care about you. And I needed someone to see me. The real me, not the Greengrass heir. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. Daphne. I know it's scary, she continued. I know we're young, and we don't understand everything. But I also know that I'm glad it was you. I'm glad you were the one sitting in that alcove. I'm glad you were the one who reached out to me. She reached out and took his hand, and the connection between them pulsed with warmth. Harry felt something shift inside him, a feeling of rightness, of peace. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. Daphne smiled. Thank you for being you, Harry. For being kind. For being brave. For being everything the contract knew you would be. They sat in comfortable silence for a long moment, their hands clasped together. Then Daphne squeezed his hand gently. We should sleep, she said. Tomorrow, Father is going to teach us about protective magic. It's going to be a long day. Do you think I'll be any good at it? Harry asked. I think you'll be excellent, Daphne said confidently. I've seen the way your magic responds to strong emotion, like when you were upset or angry. I think you'll be a natural. Harry felt a warmth spread through him. Thanks, Daphne. She stood, squeezing his hand one more time. Good night, Harry. Sweet dreams. Good night. She slipped out of the room, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. But for the first time that night, he wasn't scared. He wasn't overwhelmed. He was just content. He lay back down, staring up at the moving constellations, and smiled. He wasn't alone anymore. He had a family. He had a purpose. And he had Daphne. Whatever came next, he would face it. The first week at Greengrass Manor set a rhythm that Harry had never known existed. Mornings began with breakfast in the grand dining room, where Lady Greengrass always made sure there was a plate of Harry's favorites, even though he never told her what they were. She just seemed to know. Lord Greengrass joined them when he could, often exhausted from long meetings but always interested in what Harry and Daphne were learning. After breakfast came lessons. Lord Greengrass had hired a series of tutors, witches and wizards who specialized in various subjects. There was Professor Aldrich, a silver-haired wizard who taught magical theory, Madame Thorne, a stern woman who taught etiquette and magical history, and Master Harrow, a grizzled old wizard who taught defensive magic. Harry was terrible at etiquette. He'd spent his entire life doing things the wrong way, eating too fast, speaking too loudly, forgetting to bow or curtsy. Madame Thorne's lessons were an exercise in frustration. You must feel the magic, she said one afternoon, demonstrating a proper bow. Your posture is not merely physical, it is magical. When you incline your head to a noble, you are acknowledging their magical presence. It must be done with the proper intention. Harry tried again, bowing low. But he was too enthusiastic, and the bow turned into a stumble. That's enough, Madame Thorne said, sighing. We'll try again tomorrow. Harry felt his face burn with embarrassment. He'd failed again. He was always failing. Daphne appeared at his side as he was walking out of the lesson room. "Hey," she said softly. "Don't worry about it. She's been teaching me for years. And I still get things wrong." "You don't," Harry said miserably. "You're perfect at everything. You're elegant and graceful and—" "I'm not perfect," Daphne interrupted. "I'm just practiced. You'll get better. You just need time." "When do I get time? We have lessons every day, all day. And I'm terrible at all of them." Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You're not terrible at defensive magic." "I'm not." "No. Master Harrow says you have natural instincts. You're quick, you're responsive, and you're not afraid to get hit. He said you have a fighter's spirit." Harry blinked. He'd been so focused on his failures that he hadn't noticed his successes. But now that Daphne mentioned it, he did remember Master Harrow's praise. "Really?" he asked. "Really," Daphne confirmed. "You're going to be amazing, Harry. I know it." Harry felt his spirits lift. "Thank you." They reached the library, where more ancient documents awaited them. The historians had been working tirelessly to uncover every detail of the Guardian Pact, and their discoveries were coming faster than ever. "Look at this," Daphne said, pulling out a roll of parchment. "I found it in one of the oldest sections of the archives. It's a letter from Harold Potter to his wife." Harry leaned in, reading the faded script. "My dearest Elara, the war is over, but peace is not the gift we hoped it would be. The darkness that we defeated will return. I am certain of it. But I am also certain that our descendants will be ready. The blood we have bound together will protect them, will strengthen them, will prepare them for the battles yet to come. I pray that they will be worthy of our sacrifice. I pray that they will find the strength to continue what we have started. But more than that, I pray that they will find in each other what we have found in each other: love, trust, and unwavering loyalty. Those are the weapons that defeat darkness. Those are the shields that protect against evil. With all my heart, Harold." Harry read the letter twice, letting the words sink in. Harold Potter had written this over 500 years ago, but it could have been written yesterday. The fears, the hopes, the dreams, they were all the same. "He was talking about us," Harry said quietly. "He knew we would come." "He didn't know exactly," Daphne said. "But he believed. He believed that his descendants would be ready." "How?" Harry asked. "How could he believe in people he never met?" Daphne smiled. "Because that's what love is, Harry. It's believing in someone even when you can't see them. It's trusting that they'll be there when you need them." Harry looked at her, and for a moment, he felt something shift inside him. The connection between them pulsed with warmth, and he absolutely knew, that he'd found someone he could trust with his life. "Daphne," he said, "I want you to know something." "What?" "I'm going to be worthy of this. I'm going to be worthy of the pact. I'm going to be worthy of you." Daphne's eyes widened slightly. Then she smiled, a real smile that reached her eyes. "I already know that, Harry. I knew it from the moment you sat down beside me in that alcove. You were already worthy. You just didn't know it." The weeks turned into months, and Harry's world continued to expand. His magical education was progressing rapidly. Under Master Harrow's guidance, Harry learned to channel his magic through his wand, a holly and phoenix feather wand that had been retrieved from his vault at Greengrass. The wand had chosen him, Master Harrow explained, which was a sign that Harry's magical core was strong and unique. His defensive spells improved quickly. Harry discovered that his magic flowed best when he was protecting someone, when he was acting on instinct, without thinking. Master Harrow said it was because Harry had a naturally defensive temperament, that his magic was attuned to shielding others. "That's the Potter blood," Lord Greengrass said one evening, after watching Harry practice a particularly complex shielding spell. "The Potters have always been protectors. It's in their nature." "It is?" Harry asked. "Indeed. In every war, every conflict, there have been Potters on the front lines, defending others. Your parents were just the most recent example. Harry thought about his parents, the parents he'd never known. He'd seen their pictures in the histories, heard stories about them from Lord Greengrass and the historians. They'd been young and brave and full of life. And they'd died protecting him. I want to be like them, Harry said quietly. I want to protect people. Then you will, Lord Greengrass said. With time and training you will become a powerful protector. I have no doubt. Daphne was learning alongside him, mastering the same spells and techniques. But her magic was different from Harry's, more precise, more controlled. Where Harry's magic was a roaring fire, Daphne's was a cool stream. But when they worked together, something extraordinary happened. Their magic amplified each other. When they cast spells together, side by side, the power was more than the sum of its parts. It was as if their magic recognized the bond between them and joined forces. There's something deeper here, Master Harrow observed one afternoon. Something beyond the contract. You two complement each other perfectly. Your magic is opposite but equal. Like light and shadow. Opposites attract, Lady Greengrass said, smiling. It's a very old principle. Harry looked at Daphne, and she looked back at him. In that moment, he knew that whatever happened, whatever the future brought, they would face it together. The first crisis came without warning. 3 months after Harry had arrived at Greengrass Manor, Lord Greengrass came home from a ministry meeting with a grim expression. He called Harry and Daphne into the library, and his face was pale beneath his dark hair. There's been an attack, he said. Death Eaters. They raided a Muggle village in the north. 12 people dead. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. Death Eaters? Voldemort's followers, Daphne said quietly. They're becoming more active. More bold. They know about the contract, Lord Greengrass said. Someone in the ministry leaked the information. They know that the Potter and Greengrass families have formed an alliance. And they're trying to frighten us. Are we in danger? Harry asked. Lord Greengrass paused. We're always in danger, Harry. The question is how we respond. We fight, Daphne said firmly. That's what the pact is for. That's what we've been training for. Your training isn't complete, Lord Greengrass said. It never will be, Daphne replied. War doesn't wait for us to be ready. We have to be ready now. Harry looked at her, and he felt a surge of pride. She was brave. She was so brave. She's right, Harry said. We can't hide. We can't wait. We have to act. Lord Greengrass stared at them both, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he smiled. You're both extraordinary, he said. Your parents would be proud. Both sets of parents. That night, Harry couldn't sleep again. He wandered through the corridors of Greengrass Manor, his thoughts churning. The attack. The Death Eaters. The war that was coming. It was all so real now, so immediate. He found himself in the library, standing in front of the portrait of Harold Potter. The ancient wizard's painted eyes seemed to watch him, as if expecting something. Did you know? Harry asked the portrait. Did you know what would happen? The portrait didn't answer. It was just a painting, after all, not a true likeness with agency. But Harry imagined that Harold was nodding, his expression filled with wisdom and understanding. Help me, Harry whispered. Please help me. A cold draft swept through the room, and Harry shivered. He turned to leave, and ran straight into Daphne. Harry, she said, her voice soft. I couldn't sleep either. I was just... He gestured vaguely at the portrait. I was just thinking. About the attack? And about everything else. The war. The contract. The future. It's all so big. Daphne took his hand. Come with me. She led him through the manor to a door he'd never seen before. It was hidden behind a tapestry, nearly invisible. But when Daphne touched it, it swung open, revealing a spiral staircase. What is this? Harry asked. It's the family's secret sanctuary, Daphne said. Only the Greengrass heirs know about it. And you're connected to me now. So you're allowed to see it. They climbed the stairs together, emerging into a circular chamber at the top of the tower. The walls were lined with ancient books and artifacts, and the ceiling was a vast dome of enchanted glass that showed the stars in breathtaking detail. This is where I come when I need to think, Daphne said. When I need to feel small. Harry looked at her. Small? Small, but not alone. The stars remind me that the world is vast, and that there's something greater out there. Something worth fighting for. Harry looked up at the stars. They were beautiful, more beautiful than anything he'd ever seen. And as he looked at them, he felt a sense of peace wash over him. Thank you, he said softly, for showing me this. Daphne smiled. I wanted to show you. I wanted you to see what I see. They sat down together on a soft rug in the center of the room, looking up at the stars. The connection between them pulsed with warmth, and Harry felt a sense of belonging that he'd never known before. Whatever comes, he said, we'll face it together. That's what the pact is about. That's what we're about. Daphne leaned against his shoulder. Together, she agreed. Always. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the stars wheel overhead. And for the first time in his life, Harry felt something like hope. The months continued to pass, and Harry's education grew ever more intense. His magical abilities were developing rapidly. Under Master Harrow's tutelage, he learned to cast a wide range of protective spells, from simple shields to more complex enchantments. He was particularly good at defensive spells, as Master Harrow had predicted, but he was also beginning to master offensive magic, though he hated using it. I don't like hurting people, he confessed to Daphne one day. Even when they deserve it. Nobody likes it, Daphne said. But sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes you have to fight to protect the people you love. I know, Harry said. But I wish it didn't have to be that way. That's why you're going to be a good leader, Daphne said. Because you understand that war is about more than winning. It's about protecting what matters. Harry looked at her. Do you think we're going to win? In the end? Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, I think we have to. I think that's what the contract is about. It's about ensuring that the light never goes out. Harry nodded slowly. I'm scared, Daphne. I'm really scared. I know, she said, taking his hand. I'm scared too. But that's okay. Fear is what makes us brave. It's what makes us fight. The day of the Greengrass family's private celebration came, marking the 6th month that Harry had been living with them. Lady Greengrass had arranged a small gathering in the gardens, and the whole family was there. Lord Greengrass, Lady Greengrass, Daphne, Storia, the historians, and their friends. Harry felt a warmth in his heart. It wasn't just the food or the decorations or the love that surrounded him. It was the feeling of belonging. You look happy, Daphne said, approaching him with a gentle smile. I am happy, Harry said. I don't think I ever really knew what happy felt like until I came here. Daphne's expression softened. You deserve it, Harry. You deserve to be happy. They stood together in the garden, watching the fireflies dance in the twilight. And Harry knew that no matter what came next, whether it was war or loss or heartache, he would be okay. He had a family. He had a purpose. And he had Daphne. That was enough. That was everything. The evening wound down, and Harry found himself alone in the library once more. He stood in front of Harold Potter's portrait, his mind churning. I understand now, he said softly. I understand why you did what you did. Why you created the pact. You wanted to protect people. You wanted to make sure that the darkness never won. The portrait's painted face seemed to shift slightly, as if acknowledging his words. And I understand that it's up to me now. Me and Daphne. We're the ones who have to continue what you started. He felt a presence behind him, and turned to see Daphne standing in the doorway. Are you okay? She asked. I'm fine, Harry said. I was just talking to Harold. Daphne smiled, crossing the room to stand beside him. He would be proud of you. I know he would. You think so? I know so, Daphne said firmly. You're everything the pact was meant to create. You're brave, you're kind, and you care about people. That's exactly what the world needs right now. Harry felt a lump in his throat. Thank you, Daphne. For everything. She took his hand, and the connection between them pulsed with warmth. Thank you for being exactly who you are, Harry. That's all anyone could ever ask. They stood together in the glow of the ancient ruins that lined the library walls, ready to face whatever the future held. Together, the Potter and Greengrass heirs would be the light that pierced the growing darkness. Chapter 3 Dumbledore's Hidden Knowledge. The fire in the headmaster's office crackled with a warmth that belied the chill in Albus Dumbledore's chest. He sat behind his massive oak desk, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his blue eyes fixed on the ancient documents spread before him. The parchment was yellowed. With age, the ink faded to a sepia brown, but the words were still legible, still potent with the magic that had been woven into them over 5 centuries ago. The Potter-Greengrass Guardian Pact. Dumbledore had known about the pact for decades. He discovered it during his youth, when he was still a brilliant but arrogant young wizard searching for power and knowledge. Back then, he dismissed it as a curiosity, an interesting historical artifact, but ultimately irrelevant to the modern magical world. The Potters and Greengrasses had intermarried occasionally over the centuries, but the pact had remained dormant, a sleeping giant that no one had been able to awaken. Until now. Until a 9-year-old boy with a lightning bolt scar and a 9-year-old girl with ice blue eyes had touched hands in a ministry alcove and changed everything. Dumbledore sighed, leaning back in his chair. The weight of the situation pressed down on him like a physical force. He'd spent decades trying to prepare for the return of Voldemort, trying to build alliances and gather intelligence. But this was beyond his expectations. This was something he hadn't anticipated, something he couldn't control. And Albus Dumbledore did not like being unable to control things. "Fawkes," he said quietly, "what do you make of all this?" The phoenix on its perch tilted its head, its golden eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. It let out a soft trill, a sound that was both comforting and mournful. "Yes, I know," Dumbledore murmured. "I know I should be pleased. The pact is a powerful tool against the darkness. The Potters and Greengrasses united, with access to guardian magic, it's more than I could have hoped for. But the implications..." He trailed off, his mind racing through the possibilities. The pact gave Harry Potter legal protection from magical interference. It placed him under the shared guardianship of the Potter and Greengrass houses until adulthood. It meant that Dumbledore couldn't simply guide the boy as he'd planned, couldn't shape him into the weapon the prophecy demanded. And it meant that the Greengrasses, a powerful, neutral family, were now firmly allied with the boy who lived. That would change the political landscape of magical Britain in ways that were impossible to predict. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Enter," Dumbledore called out. The door swung open, and Minerva McGonagall stepped inside, her expression grim. She was clutching a stack of documents to her chest, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Albus," she said, her Scottish accent sharp with concern, "the Ministry is in an uproar. Amelia Bones just sent an owl requesting an emergency meeting. She says the Greengrasses are demanding full custody of Harry Potter, and the Department of Magical Education is contesting it." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I expected as much. The Greengrasses are acting in accordance with the pact. They have every right to claim guardianship. Legally, perhaps," Minerva said. "But politically? The Ministry is terrified. The Potter-Greengrass alliance threatens the delicate balance of power they've maintained for decades. And the fact that it was activated by children, mere children, has everyone on edge. The children are innocent in this, Minerva. The pact was waiting for the right moment, the right conditions. Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass were simply the ones who fulfilled them. And the fact that they fulfilled them by accident? Minerva asked sharply. Does that not concern you? The contract could have activated with anyone, with any Potter and any Greengrass who touched at the right time. But it didn't, did it? Dumbledore said, a hint of steel entering his voice. It activated with those two children. Those specific children. The magic chose them for a reason. Minerva's expression softened. You believe it was destiny. I believe that magic is older and wiser than we are, Dumbledore said. I believe that the pact was created with purpose and intention, and that its activation now is not a coincidence. He paused, his eyes twinkling. I also believe that Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass are uniquely suited to the task ahead of them. You've met the boy? Briefly. At the Ministry event. I was impressed by his character, even in those few moments. He's kind, he's brave, and he's been terribly mistreated by his guardians. The Greengrasses will be good for him. Minerva nodded slowly. And the girl? Daphne Greengrass? Ah, now that's another matter entirely, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. I've been studying her family history, Minerva. The Greengrasses have always been politically neutral, but they've also always been loyal to their bloodline. They protected the pact for centuries, even when doing so was dangerous. Daphne Greengrass is a remarkable young woman, intelligent, strategic, and fiercely protective of those she cares about. You think she'll protect Harry? I think they'll protect each other, Dumbledore said. That's what the pact requires. That's what the magic demands. He stood, moving to the window that overlooked the grounds of Hogwarts. The castle was quiet at this time of night, the grounds bathed in silver moonlight. Somewhere out there, in the darkness, the battle lines were being drawn. I need to go to the Ministry, Dumbledore said. The Greengrasses will need support, and I have information that may help their case. What information? Dumbledore turned to face her, and for a moment, his expression was unreadable. I have been researching the pact for decades, Minerva. I know things about it that no one else does, things the Greengrasses themselves may not know. I believe the time has come to share that knowledge. The Ministry's grand atrium was eerily empty when Dumbledore arrived through the Flynn network. Normally, the space was bustling with activity, witches and wizards rushing to and fro, the great golden fountains splashing, the hum of magical energy filling the air. But now, in the late hours of the evening, the atrium was silent. The only sound was the echo of Dumbledore's footsteps on the polished stone floor. He made his way to the Department of Magical Education, where the emergency meeting was being held. The door was guarded by two Aurors, their expressions grim. Headmaster Dumbledore, one of them said, nodding respectfully. You're expected. The room inside was crowded. Amelia Bones sat at the head of the table, her monocle gleaming in the torchlight. Lord and Lady Greengrass were there, their expressions strained but determined. Representatives from the Department of Magical Education were present, along with several other ministry officials Dumbledore recognized. And seated at the far end of the table, looking impossibly small and pale, were Harry and Daphne. Dumbledore's heart ached at the sight of them. They were just children who'd been thrust into a situation they couldn't possibly understand. And yet they held themselves with a dignity that impressed him. Headmaster Dumbledore, Amelia Bones said, her voice clipped. We were just discussing the matter of custody. The Greengrasses are claiming guardianship of Harry Potter, and the Department of Magical Education is contesting it. Why? Dumbledore asked, taking a seat at the table. The law is clear. The Potter-Greengrass contract gives the Greengrasses legal guardianship over Harry Potter until he reaches adulthood. The contract is archaic, one of the department officials said. It was signed over 500 years ago. There's no precedent for enforcing it in modern times. The contract is also legally binding, Dumbledore replied calmly. It was signed in blood magic, witnessed by ministry officials, and recorded in the Gringotts archives. No law passed since then has superseded its provisions. There's also the matter of Harry Potter's safety, another official said. He's the boy who lived. His security is a matter of national importance. The ministry has a responsibility to The Ministry has a responsibility to follow the law. Dumbledore interrupted, his voice suddenly sharp. Harry Potter's safety is indeed important, which is precisely why he should be placed with the Greengrasses, who are bound by ancient magic to protect him. The contract itself provides protection against magical interference. It's the safest place for him. The officials exchanged uneasy glances. Professor Dumbledore is right, Amelia Bones said firmly. I've reviewed the contract's provisions. It does grant the Greengrasses guardianship, and it does provide significant magical protections for Harry Potter. I see no legal grounds to contest it. But the political implications, one official started, are irrelevant. Amelia Bones cut him off. We're not discussing politics. We're discussing a child's welfare. Harry Potter is clearly better off with the Greengrasses than with his current guardians. The documents I've seen are quite disturbing. I'm ruling in favor of the Greengrasses. There was a murmur of discontent from the department officials, but no one dared challenge the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Lord Greengrass visibly relaxed, his hand reaching out to take Lady Greengrass's. And Harry? Harry was watching Dumbledore with those piercing green eyes, his expression unreadable. After the meeting, Dumbledore approached the children. Harry, he said gently. Daphne, may I speak with you for a moment? They exchanged a glance, then nodded. Dumbledore led them to a quiet alcove, away from the ministerial hubbub. He conjured 2 comfortable chairs with a wave of his wand, and they sat, their hands still clasped together. I want to apologize, Dumbledore said, taking a seat opposite them. I know this must be confusing and frightening for both of you. The Ministry's bureaucracy is not designed to handle situations like this gracefully. We're okay, Daphne said, her voice steady. We've been okay. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, I can see that. You're a remarkable young woman, Daphne. And you, Harry, you've been through so much already, and you've come through it with such strength. Harry ducked his head. I haven't done anything special. You've survived, Dumbledore said simply. Sometimes that's the most special thing of all. He paused, studying them both. There was something about them, an aura of magic that shimmered faintly around their linked hands. It was the pact, Dumbledore knew. The ancient magic was already working, already binding them together. I'd like to tell you both something, he said slowly. Something that may help you understand what's happening to you. The pact, Harry said. We know about the pact. You know some things? Dumbledore agreed. But there is more. There is always more. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small, leather-bound book. It was old, the cover cracked and worn, the pages yellowed with age. He held it out to them. This journal belonged to Alara Greengrass, he said. The original signatory of the pact. I discovered it many years ago, in a hidden corner of the Hogwarts library. I've kept it safe ever since. Daphne reached out, her fingers brushing the cover. Alara Greengrass's journal? But the historian said all her records were lost. Most were, Dumbledore said. But not all. Alara was a remarkable witch, and she had remarkable foresight. She knew that the pact might be forgotten, might be misunderstood. So she left a record, a guide for those who would come after her. He opened the journal, revealing pages filled with elegant script. The ink was still clear, the words still legible. To my descendants. Asterisk, if you are reading this, then the pact has awakened. The darkness has returned, and you have been called to stand against it. I know you must be frightened. I know you must feel unprepared. But I want you to know something, the pact was not created to burden you. It was created to protect you. Asterisk. Asterisk, the magic within you is powerful, but it is also kind. It will not demand more than you can give. It will not force you to become something you are not. It will guide you, strengthen you, and teach you, but it will never take away your free will. Asterisk. Asterisk, you are the heirs of 2 great houses. You carry the blood of warriors and healers, of protectors and guardians. You are not alone. You will never be alone. Asterisk. Asterisk, trust each other. Trust your magic. Trust the bond that has been forged between you. It will not lead you astray. Asterisk. With all my love. Elara. Harry read the words slowly, his eyes moving over the faded script. When he finished, he looked up at Dumbledore, his expression filled with wonder. She knew, he said. She knew we would come. She believed, Dumbledore corrected gently. She believed that her descendants would be worthy of her sacrifice. And you are, Harry. Both of you are. Daphne was silent for a long moment, her finger tracing the words on the page. Then she said, Headmaster Dumbledore, there's something else, isn't there? Something you're not telling us. Dumbledore's expression flickered. What makes you say that? Because you've been watching us, Daphne said. Ever since the meeting started. You've been assessing us, measuring us, trying to determine if we're strong enough. Dumbledore chuckled softly. You're perceptive, Daphne. Your parents must be very proud. They are. But that's not an answer. No, Dumbledore admitted. It's not. He leaned forward, his eyes meeting theirs. There is something else. Something I've kept to myself for many years, because I didn't know if the truth would help or hinder. But I think now is the time to share it. The prophecy, Harry said. Everyone keeps talking about a prophecy. Yes, Dumbledore said. There is a prophecy. It was made before you were born, Harry, by a seer named Sybil Trelawney. She spoke it in my presence. In the Hogshead Inn, and I was the only one who heard it. He paused, gathering his thoughts. The children were watching him intently, their hands still clasped, their faces pale. The prophecy speaks of a child born at the end of July. Dumbledore continued. A child whose parents have defied the Dark Lord 3 times. That child will have the power to defeat Voldemort, but only because the Dark Lord will mark that child as his equal. Harry's hand instinctively rose to his forehead, touching the lightning-shaped scar. He marked me. When my parents died. Yes, Dumbledore said. He did. And in doing so, he fulfilled the prophecy. He made you the chosen one. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, But what does that have to do with the pact? With Daphne? Everything, Dumbledore said. The prophecy says that the chosen one will have a power the Dark Lord knows not. At first, I believed that power was love, the love of his mother, which protected him that night. And I still believe that's part of it. But now I think there's more. The pact, Daphne whispered. You think the pact is part of it? I think the pact was designed to prepare the chosen one for the battle ahead, Dumbledore said. Harold Potter and Elara Greengrass didn't just create an alliance. They created a system of magical protections and resources designed to ensure that the chosen one would have everything he needed to win. Harry's head was spinning. You knew all this? You knew about the pact, and the prophecy, and you didn't tell anyone? The pact was dormant, Harry. There was no way to know if it would ever awaken. And the prophecy was dangerous. If the wrong people learned of it, they might try to stop it from coming true. So you kept it all to yourself, Daphne said, her voice carefully neutral. You kept it secret. I kept it safe, Dumbledore said. There's a difference. Daphne looked at Harry, her expression unreadable. Then she said, We need to think about this. We need to process what you've told us. Of course, Dumbledore said. Take all the time you need. I'm here to help you, both of you. Whatever you decide, whatever you need, I will do everything in my power to provide it. He stood, moving to the door. And Harry? Daphne? Yes? They said together. Be careful. The darkness is already moving against you. But I believe you have the strength to face it. I've seen it in you. He left, and they were alone. Harry didn't know what to think. The prophecy. The pact. Dumbledore's hidden knowledge. It was all so much, so overwhelming. He thought he understood what the pact meant, what it required of him. But now he realized he'd barely scratched the surface. They knew, he said quietly. Harold and Elara. They knew about the prophecy. They knew about Voldemort. And they created the pact anyway. To protect you, Daphne said. To protect the chosen one. But why me? Why not someone else? Why not anyone else? Daphne took his hand, her grip firm. Because you're the one who survived, Harry. You're the one who was marked. The pact chose you because you're exactly who Harold and Elara were waiting for. Harry shook his head. I don't know how to be that. I don't know how to be the chosen one. Neither do I, Daphne admitted. But I know how to be your partner. I know how to stand beside you. And that's what the pact requires of me. Harry looked at her, and for a moment, the weight of everything lifted. She was right. They were in this together. Whatever came next, whether it was war or politics or prophecies, they would face it as a team. Thank you, he said softly, for being here. Where else would I be? She asked, smiling. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the ministry, a figure in dark robes observed the proceedings. The Death Eater's face was hidden beneath a hood, but his eyes gleamed with malice as he watched Lord Greengrass, Lady Greengrass, and the two children leaving the ministry. He'd been sent to spy, to gather intelligence on the Potter-Greengrass alliance. And he'd been successful. The pact was real. The contract had activated. And the boy who lived was now protected by ancient magic that made him nearly invulnerable to attack. But the Death Eater also knew something else, something the Ministry didn't know. Voldemort had returned. He was growing stronger, rebuilding his forces, preparing for the final confrontation. And he was very, very interested in Harry Potter. The Death Eater operated away, his mind full of dark plans. Back at Greengrass Manor, Harry and Daphne sat in the secret tower room, watching the stars. They'd been silent for a long time, processing everything Dumbledore had told them. The prophecy. The pact. The war that was coming. It was too much to absorb all at once, but they were trying. Harry? Daphne said softly. Yeah? I want you to know something. No matter what happens, no matter what the prophecy says, or the pact demands, I'll always be on your side. I'll always stand with you. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. I know, he said. I know you will. They sat in comfortable silence for a while longer, and then Harry said, Dumbledore said we have a power Voldemort doesn't know about. He said it's love, and the pact, and maybe something else. What do you think it is? Harry thought about it. He thought about his mother, who had died to protect him. He thought about Daphne, who had reached out to him in kindness. He thought about the Greengrasses, who had taken him in and given him a home. I think it's choice, he finally said. I think it's the ability to choose love over hate, kindness over cruelty. Voldemort doesn't understand that. He thinks power is about control and fear. But it's not. It's about connection. About belonging. About fighting for something bigger than yourself. Daphne smiled. That's exactly it. That's exactly what the pact is about. She took his hand, and the connection between them pulsed with warmth. We're going to be okay, Harry. No matter what comes, we're going to be okay. Harry nodded, believing her. For the first time in his life, he had something to believe in. That night, Harry dreamed. He dreamed of the old war between Harold Potter and Elara Greengrass and the Dark Lord who had threatened their world. He saw them fighting side by side, their magic intertwined, their bond unbreakable. He saw them win. And he saw them fall. In the dream, Harold was old, his hair white, his face lined with years of struggle. He lay in a bed, Elara's hand in his, their children gathered around them. I'm sorry, Harold whispered. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you better. You protected me perfectly, Elara said. You loved me. That's all I ever needed. Promise me something, Harold said. Promise me our descendants will be strong. Promise me they'll be ready. They will be, Elara said. I'll make sure of it. The dream shifted, and Harry saw himself and Daphne standing on a battlefield. Dark figures surrounded them, Death Eaters, hundreds of them, their masks gleaming in the firelight. And in the center of the battlefield, a massive serpent with red eyes and a terrible power. Together, Daphne said, her voice firm. Whatever happens, we do it together. Harry nodded, his wand raised. Together. The dream faded, and Harry woke with a start. His heart was pounding, his forehead slick with sweat. He sat up in bed, gasping for breath. Harry? Daphne's voice came from the doorway. Are you okay? Harry nodded, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I had a dream. About Harold and Elara. About the war. Daphne crossed the room, sitting on the edge of his bed. What happened in the dream? Harry told her everything. The battle, the serpent, the feeling of imminent death. And through it all, the sense that they were meant to be there, meant to fight, meant to win. That's the pact, Daphne said when he finished. It's showing you what's coming. It's preparing you. How do you know? Because I had a dream too, she admitted. A different one. I dreamed of us in an old castle, running through dark corridors, looking for something important. And I felt like we were going to find it. Whatever it was. Harry stared at her. You dreamed about Hogwarts. Maybe, Daphne said. Or maybe it's something else. Something the pact wants us to discover. They were silent for a moment, and then Harry said, I'm scared, Daphne. I'm so scared. I know, she said, taking his hand. I'm scared too. But we're not alone. We have each other. We have the pact. And we have the Greengrasses. Harry nodded slowly. You're right. We're not alone. She squeezed his hand gently. Come on. Let's go to the library. I want to look at Elara's journal again. Maybe there's something we missed. They went together, their footsteps echoing in the quiet corridors. The house was silent, the portraits sleeping in their frames. The only light came from the moon streaming through the windows and the faint glow of the ancient runes that lined the walls. In the library, Daphne retrieved the journal from its hiding place. She opened it to the first page, reading aloud. To my descendants. Asterisk, if you are reading this, then the pact has awakened. The darkness has returned, and you have been called to stand against it. Asterisk. Harry listened as she read, letting the words wash over him. And for the first time, he felt a sense of purpose. He felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The days that followed were filled with research. Harry and Daphne spent every spare moment in the library, poring over ancient texts and journals, trying to understand the pact's full implications. Dumbledore had sent several additional documents, including a letter from Harold Potter that he'd found in the Hogwarts archives. To my descendants. Asterisk, if you are reading this, then the pact has awakened. I know. You must be confused and frightened, and I want to assure you that this is normal. The magic of the pact is vast and powerful, and it takes time to understand its full scope. Asterisk. Asterisk, but there is something I must tell you, something that may change everything. The pact was not created merely to protect our families. It was created to protect magical Britain itself. Our ancestors fought in a war that nearly destroyed everything we hold dear, and they swore that they would never let such darkness rise again. Asterisk. Asterisk, the pact is the embodiment of that oath. It is a weapon, yes, but it is also a shield. It will protect you from harm, guide you to allies, and give you the strength to face whatever darkness may come. But it will also demand much of you. It will demand courage, sacrifice, and unwavering loyalty to the cause of good. Asterisk. Asterisk, are you ready to accept this burden? Are you ready to become the protectors our ancestors dreamed of? Asterisk. Asterisk, think carefully, my descendants. This is not a decision to be made lightly. Asterisk. Harry read the letter 3 times, letting the words sink in. Then he looked at Daphne. Are we ready? He asked. To accept this burden? Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, I don't think we have a choice, Harry. The pact has chosen us. The magic has bound us. We can't undo it. We can only decide how to respond. What do you think we should do? She met his eyes, her gaze steady. I think we should accept it. I think we should become what Harold and Alara wanted us to be. I think we should protect magical Britain from Voldemort and everything he stands for. And if we fail? Then we fail together, she said simply. But I don't think we will. I think we have something Voldemort doesn't have. I think we have love and loyalty and the strength that comes from standing together. Harry nodded slowly. You're right. You're absolutely right. He took her hand, and the connection between them pulsed with warmth. Then let's do this. Let's become what we're meant to be. In the shadows of Hogwarts, Dumbledore watched through his pensive, observing the children's progress. He'd been monitoring them since the pact activated, watching their growth, their strength, their bond. And he was impressed. More than impressed, he was hopeful. They were ready. They were ready to face the darkness. But he also knew that they were still young, still vulnerable. The pact would protect them, but it couldn't shield them from everything. Voldemort would try to corrupt them, to break them, to turn them against each other. And that was why Dumbledore had prepared backup plans. Secrets that even the Greengrasses didn't know. A hidden network of allies and resources designed to support the Pact's heirs. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small vial of shimmering liquid. It was Veritaserum, the truth potion. And he had a meeting with a very important person tomorrow. It was time to reveal the full extent of his knowledge. The next morning, Harry and Daphne received an unexpected visitor. Professor Dumbledore, Lady Greengrass said, her voice carefully neutral. This is an unexpected pleasure. The old wizard smiled, his eyes twinkling. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion, Lady Greengrass. But I have something important to discuss with Harry and Daphne. Something that can't wait. Lord Greengrass appeared in the doorway, his expression guarded. What is it, Professor? Dumbledore's smile faded. I've uncovered some troubling information. It seems that Voldemort is already moving against the pact. He's sent spies to observe your household, to learn its weaknesses. And I'm afraid he's discovered something important. What? Harry asked, his heart racing. He knows about the pact, Dumbledore said. He knows it gives you protection from magical interference. And he knows that the only way to break that protection is to corrupt the bond between you. Harry felt his blood run cold. Corrupt us? Voldemort understands the nature of the pact better than anyone realizes, Dumbledore said. He knows that its power depends on trust and loyalty. And he knows that if he can break that trust, if he can make you doubt each other, he can weaken the magic and attack you directly. Daphne's hand found Harry's, squeezing tight. He won't succeed. We'll never let him. I believe you, Dumbledore said. But you must be careful. Voldemort is patient, and he's cunning. He'll try to exploit your weaknesses, your fears, your doubts. And he'll do it in ways you won't expect. Harry stared at the old wizard, his mind racing. How do we protect ourselves? How do we stop him? Dumbledore's eyes met his. By trusting each other. By loving each other. By refusing to let darkness corrupt what's between you. That's the only way. Later that day, Harry and Daphne sat in the gardens, watching the sun set over the Greengrass estate. Are you okay? Daphne asked softly. I'm scared, Harry admitted. But I'm also determined. I'm not going to let Voldemort win. I'm not going to let him take away the only good thing in my life. The only good thing? Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry smiled. You, Daphne. You're the only good thing. Everything else, the prophecy, the war, the politics, it's all just noise. But you're real. You're here. And I'm not going to let anyone take that away. Daphne's eyes glistened. Harry. I know it's cheesy, he said, his cheeks flushing. I know it sounds silly. But it's true. You're the only person who's ever made me feel like I matter. Like I'm not just a burden or a freak. Daphne reached out, cupping his cheek. You're not a burden, Harry. You're not a freak. You're the bravest, kindest, most wonderful person I've ever met. And I'm so grateful that you were the one sitting in that alcove. They sat in silence, watching the sun sink below the horizon. And Harry knew, he absolutely knew, that whatever Voldemort threw at them, they could face it together. In the darkness, a shadow moved. The Death Eater had been watching the garden for hours, observing the two children's interactions, noting their closeness, their trust. He had a mission, to report back to his master, to describe the bond between the two heirs. But he also had another mission. A more sinister one. Voldemort had ordered him to test the pact. To see if it really could protect the children from harm. And if the opportunity presented itself, to strike. The Death Eater raised his wand, a dark curse on his lips. But before he could cast it, a flash of silver light exploded from the garden. The ancient runes, the same runes that had blazed around Harry and Daphne in the Ministry, blazed to life, forming a protective barrier around the children. The Death Eater recoiled, his curse dying on his lips. The magic was too powerful. He couldn't break through. "Run!" he heard Voldemort's voice in his mind. "Run and report. We'll find another way." The Death Eater operated away, his heart pounding. Harry felt it. The darkness, it was there, lurking in the shadows, trying to break through. But the magic of the pact was stronger. It shielded him, protected him, held the darkness at bay. "Daphne," he said sharply. "Something's wrong." Daphne's eyes widened. "I feel it too. The pact is reacting to something. Something dangerous." They stood, their hands still clasped, their magic rising to meet the threat. The runes around them blazed with silver light, forming a shield that surrounded them both. "Whatever it is," Harry said, "we face it together." "Together," Daphne agreed. And together they stood against the darkness. In the days that followed, Harry and Daphne grew closer than ever. They trained together, studied together, and faced their fears together. The pact was strengthening, its magic pulsing between them, binding them more tightly with each passing day. And with every challenge they overcame, their bond grew stronger. But there were still shadows, whispers in the night, dark figures watching from the edges of their vision. Voldemort was out there, waiting, planning. And Harry knew it was only a matter of time before he made his move. "Are you ready?" Daphne asked him one evening, as they sat in the library. "Ready for what?" "For whatever comes," she said. "For the war, the battles, the sacrifices." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "I don't think anyone is ever ready for that. But I know that I'm not going to run away. I'm not going to hide. I'm going to fight, for as long as I have breath in my body." Daphne smiled. "That's what I wanted to hear." She took his hand, and the connection between them pulsed with warmth. "We're going to win, Harry. I don't know how or when, but we're going to win." Harry nodded, believing her. "Together. Together," she agreed. And as they sat in the glow of the ancient runes, the darkness pressing against the edges of their world, they knew that they were exactly where they were meant to be. The war was coming. The battle was inevitable. But they were ready. They were ready to face it together. Chapter 4 The Greengrass Family's Decision. The morning light crept through the gauze curtains of Harry's bedroom like liquid gold, painting soft patterns across the silk duvet. Harry lay still, watching the dust motes dance in the sunbeams, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts that had kept him awake for most of the night. Today was the day. Lord Greengrass had called a family meeting, a formal one, with the full household present. Harry had seen the look in his eyes the night before, the grim set of his jaw that spoke of difficult decisions and weighty responsibilities. Something was happening. Something that would change everything. Harry swung his legs out of bed, his feet sinking into the plush carpet. The room around him was still a wonder, the enchanted ceiling that showed the sky, the wardrobe that magically organized itself, the bookshelf that seemed to grow new volumes every night. It was all so different from the cramped cupboard under the stairs, so impossibly luxurious. And yet Harry still felt like an imposter. He dressed quickly in the robes that had been laid out for him, deep green, the color of the Greengrass family crest, embroidered with silver thread that shimmered in the light. They fit perfectly, as all his clothes did now. The Greengrasses had seen to it that he wanted for nothing. A soft knock at the door made him look up. "Harry?" Daphne's voice came through the wood. "Are you ready?" "Almost," he called back, smoothing down his robes. "Come in." The door swung open, and Daphne stepped inside. She was wearing formal robes of pale blue, her silver blonde hair braided intricately and pinned up with silver clips. She looked older than her 9 years, more serious. But her eyes were warm when they met his. "Good morning," she said softly. "Did you sleep?" "Not really," Harry admitted. "Too much thinking. I know the feeling." She crossed the room and took his hand, the familiar warmth of the bond pulsing between them. "Father called the meeting for 9 o'clock. We have about 20 minutes. What's it about?" Harry asked. "Do you know?" Daphne's expression flickered. "I have some idea. There's been talk in the household. Whispers about the ministry's decision and about—" She paused, her brow furrowing. "About what comes next." "What comes next?" "For you, I mean. For your future." She squeezed his hand gently. "The ministry granted us guardianship, but there are still questions about where you'll live, how you'll be educated, what your legal status will be. Father wants to make sure everything is settled properly." Harry felt his stomach twist. "Do you think they might send me back?" "Never," Daphne said fiercely. "Never, Harry. You're part of this family now. Nothing will change that." He wanted to believe her. He really did. But the Dursleys had spent 9 years teaching him that he was worthless, that no one would ever want him. Those lessons were hard to unlearn. They walked together through the winding corridors of the manor, their footsteps echoing on the polished stone floors. The portraits watched them pass, their painted eyes following the 2 children with curious expressions. Harry had grown used to the portraits. They were as much a part of the manor's magic as the self-adjusting candles and the moving staircases. The formal meeting room was at the heart of the manor, a grand chamber lined with tapestries depicting the Greengrass family history. Lord and Lady Greengrass were already seated at the long oak table, along with several other figures Harry didn't recognize. "Ah, there they are," Lord Greengrass said, rising as they entered. "Come, sit. There are some people we'd like you to meet." Harry and Daphne took their seats, their hands still clasped beneath the table. Harry's heart was pounding, but he forced himself to stay calm, to project confidence he didn't feel. "Harry," Lord Greengrass said, "this is Madame Elizabeth Clearwater, from the Department of Magical Education. She was at the ministry event, if you remember. And this is Lord Marcus Flint, the head of the Magical Law Enforcement Committee." Harry nodded politely, remembering his etiquette lessons. Madame Clearwater was a tall woman with silver-streaked hair and sharp, assessing eyes. Lord Flint was older, with a stern face and a monocle that seemed to magnify his gaze. "Mr. Potter," Madame Clearwater said, her voice carefully neutral, "we've come to discuss the terms of your guardianship. The ministry has granted custody to the Greengrass family, but there are still several legal matters to resolve. The primary concern," Lord Flint added, "is your education. The contract states that you must be educated in magical arts and traditions, but there's some debate about whether you should be taught privately or attend Hogwarts as planned." "I don't understand," Harry said. "I thought I was going to Hogwarts with everyone else." "Ordinarily you would," Madame Clearwater said. "But the contract changes things. It grants you access to knowledge and resources that most young wizards don't have. Some in the ministry believe it would be safer for you to be educated privately, away from potential threats." Harry's heart sank. "But I want to go to Hogwarts. I want to be normal." A murmur ran through the room. Daphne squeezed his hand under the table, a gesture of support. "Perhaps," Lady Greengrass said smoothly, "we should consider Harry's wishes in this matter. The contract is meant to protect him, not isolate him. Keeping him away from his peers seems contrary to that purpose." "There are security concerns," Lord Flint began. "There are always security concerns," Lord Greengrass interrupted, his voice firm. But Harry's safety will be ensured regardless of where he studies. The Pact provides powerful protections against magical interference. And Hogwarts itself is one of the most well-defended places in the magical world. Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward Lord Greengrass. He was fighting for him, advocating for his wishes, treating him like his opinion mattered. "I think," Madame Clearwater said slowly, "that perhaps we can reach a compromise. Harry can attend Hogwarts as planned, but with certain accommodations. Additional security measures. Private lessons in certain subjects. And," she paused, glancing at Lord Greengrass, "the Ministry would like to have a representative on site, to monitor the situation." "An Auror?" Lord Greengrass asked sharply. "Not necessarily. But someone with the authority to intervene if necessary." Lord Greengrass and his wife exchanged a look. Then Lord Greengrass nodded slowly. "We'll consider it. But Harry's education and welfare remain our primary concern." Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He was going to Hogwarts. He was going to be a normal student. Or at least as normal as someone with a magical pact and a prophecy could be. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Thank you all." The meeting continued for another hour, discussing the fine details of Harry's guardianship, his education, and his legal status. There were documents to sign, permissions to grant, and protocols to establish. Harry found it all rather dull, but he forced himself to pay attention. When the officials finally left, Harry sagged in his chair, exhausted. "Are you okay?" Daphne asked, her voice soft. "I think so," Harry said. "That was a lot." "It was," Lord Greengrass agreed, coming over to them. "But it's done now. The paperwork is settled. You're officially under our guardianship." Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. "Thank you, Lord Greengrass. For everything you've done. For fighting for me." Lord Greengrass's expression softened. "Your family, Harry. That's what family does." He reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, a gesture so paternal that Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. No one had ever touched him like that before, with kindness, with warmth, with love. "Now," Lord Greengrass continued, "there's something else we need to discuss. Something important." Harry's heart sank. "What is it?" Lady Greengrass came to stand beside her husband, her expression serious. "Harry, we've been talking, and we've made a decision. We want to formalize your adoption into the Greengrass family." Harry stared at her. "Adoption? You would become a formal member of the family," Lord Greengrass said. "You'd take the Greengrass name, if you wished. You'd have all the rights and privileges of a full heir. It would make your guardianship permanent, irrevocable." Harry felt his head spinning. He'd never expected this. He'd never imagined anyone would want him as part of their family. The Dursleys had made sure of that. "I don't know what to say," he managed. I don't know if I deserve." "You deserve everything," Daphne interrupted fiercely. "You deserve a family, Harry. You deserve love. And we want to give that to you." Harry looked at her blue eyes blazing with conviction, at the fierce protectiveness in her expression. And he felt the bond between them pulse with warmth, a reassurance that he wasn't alone. "Yes," he said softly. "Yes, I want that. I want to be part of your family." Lady Greengrass's face broke into a radiant smile. "Wonderful. We'll start the process immediately. By the time you start Hogwarts, everything will be formalized." Lord Greengrass pulled Harry into a brief but firm embrace. "Welcome to the family, Harry. Officially." Harry hugged him back, feeling tears stream down his cheeks. He'd never been hugged like this before, like he was precious, like he mattered. Daphne was beside him in an instant, taking his hand, her smile bright with joy. "You're my brother now," she said. "Officially. That's amazing." "Brother?" Harry repeated, a little startled. "Well, maybe not technically," Daphne said. "But close enough. We're bound by magic and by family. That counts for something. It counts for everything," Lady Greengrass said warmly. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. The adoption proceedings were complicated, requiring approval from the ministry, the Wiesengemat, and several other magical bodies. Lord Greengrass spent hours in meetings, negotiating with officials and pushing through paperwork. Lady Greengrass was equally busy, coordinating the household's preparations for the formal ceremony. Harry and Daphne continued their lessons, but there was a new energy between them, a sense of belonging that hadn't been there before. They were family now. Officially, legally, magically. "Are you nervous?" Daphne asked him one afternoon, as they practiced defensive spells in the garden. "About what?" "The ceremony. The formal adoption. Everyone will be there, the Wiesengemat, the ministry officials, all our extended family." Harry felt his stomach flip. "I hadn't thought about that. I thought it was just a formality." "It is a formality," Daphne said. "But it's also a big deal. An adoption into a family like ours is rare. There'll be lots of people there, lots of eyes watching. Do you think I can do it?" "Of course you can," Daphne said firmly. "You're Harry Potter. You can do anything." Harry smiled at her confidence in him. "You really believe that, don't you?" "I believe it because it's true," she said. "You're brave, you're kind, and you're so much stronger than you know. The ceremony will be easy. Just remember, you're part of our family now. That's not something anyone can take away." Harry nodded, feeling a surge of determination. "Right. I can do this." The night before the ceremony, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring up at the moving constellations, his mind churning with thoughts and fears. He was about to become a Greengrass, officially, legally, for the rest of his life. It was everything he'd ever wanted, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something would go wrong, that someone would swoop in and take it all away. A soft knock at his door interrupted his spiraling thoughts. "Harry?" Daphne's voice came through the wood. "Are you awake?" "Yes," he called out. "Come in." Daphne slipped into the room, wearing her silk nightgown, her silver blonde hair loose around her shoulders. She crossed to his bed and sat on the edge, her blue eyes filled with concern. "I couldn't sleep either," she admitted. "Too much thinking." Harry laughed softly. "That's exactly what I said to you this morning." She smiled. "I know. We're becoming more alike, I think. Is that a good thing?" "Definitely. You're the best person I know." Harry felt his cheeks flush. "Daphne. I mean it," she insisted. "You're kind and brave and selfless. You always put others first. I want to be more like you." "I want to be more like you," Harry said. "You're strong and smart, and you know exactly what to do in any situation. I feel like I'm always making things up as I go along." "That's because you think too much," Daphne said. "You worry about every little thing. You need to trust yourself more." "Like you trust me?" "Like I trust you," she confirmed. "I believe in you, Harry. You can do anything." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. Then Daphne said, "Can I tell you something?" "Of course." "Before I met you, before the ministry event, I didn't think anyone would ever really see me," she said quietly. "I mean, people saw the Greengrass heir. They saw the perfect pureblood girl. But they never saw me. The girl who was scared and lonely and didn't know how to be anything else." Harry reached out and took her hand. "I see you," he said softly. "I see the real you. And she's amazing." Daphne's eyes glistened. "Thank you, Harry. That means everything to me." They held hands for a long moment, the connection between them pulsing with warmth. And Harry knew that whatever happened tomorrow, he would be okay. He had a family. He had a purpose. And he had Daphne. "Let's try to get some sleep," he finally said. "Big day tomorrow." Daphne nodded, squeezing his hand. "Good night, Harry. Sweet dreams." "Good night, Daphne." She slipped out of the room, and Harry closed his eyes, letting the warmth of the bond lull him to sleep. The ceremony was held in the grand ballroom of Greengrass Manor. The room was packed with witches and wizards, all dressed in their finest robes. Harry recognized some of them from the ministry meeting, Madame Clearwater, Lord Flint, several others. But there were also people he'd never seen before, faces that studied him with intense curiosity. Daphne stood beside him, her hand in his, her expression serene but her grip betraying her nervousness. Lord and Lady Greengrass were in front of them, their faces proud and emotional. "This is it," Harry whispered. "This is really happening. Are you ready?" Daphne asked softly. "Ready as I'll ever be." The officiant was a tall, silver-haired wizard in flowing white robes. He raised his wand, and the room fell silent. "We are gathered here today to witness the formal adoption of Harry James Potter into the ancient and noble house of Greengrass," he proclaimed, his voice echoing through the ballroom. "This ceremony is both legal and magical, binding the child to the family in ways that transcend ordinary law." He gestured for Harry to step forward. Harry moved on shaky legs, standing before the officiant with Daphne's hand still clasped in his. "Harry James Potter," the officiant said, "do you freely and willingly choose to join the Greengrass family? Do you accept the responsibilities and privileges that come with this bond?" "I do," Harry said, his voice steadier than he felt. "And do you swear to honor the traditions of this house, to protect its members, and to uphold its legacy?" "I do." The officiant nodded, then turned to Lord Greengrass. "Cyprian Greengrass, do you freely and willingly accept Harry James Potter into your family? Do you swear to protect him, to guide him, and to love him as your own?" "I do," Lord Greengrass said, his voice thick with emotion. "And do you commit to honoring the ancient pact between the Potter and Greengrass lines, to upholding the sacred trust that binds our families together?" "I do." The officiant raised his wand, and a beam of silver light shot into the air, spiraling around Harry and the Greengrass family. The ancient runes blazed to life, forming a protective cocoon around them. "By the power vested in me by the Wisendamat and the ancient laws of our world," the officiant proclaimed, "I declare this adoption complete. Harry James Potter is now and forever a member of the House of Greengrass. Let it be known." The silver light flared one last time, then faded. Harry felt something shift deep within him, a connection that went beyond the bond with Daphne, linking him to the entire Greengrass family. He was one of them now, in ways that would never be undone. Lord Greengrass pulled Harry into a fierce embrace. "Welcome to the family," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "Officially, fully, forever." Lady Greengrass was next, her tears streaming down her cheeks as she hugged him. "My son," she whispered. "My wonderful son." And then Daphne was there, her arms around him, her face pressed against his shoulder. "We did it," she said. "You're my brother now. Officially." "Thank you," Harry said, his voice breaking. "Thank you all." The assembled guests burst into applause, their faces beaming with approval. Harry looked out at them, at all these people who had come to celebrate his adoption, and he felt a warmth spread through his chest that he'd never felt before. He was loved. He was wanted. He was home. The celebration that followed was a blur of food, music, and laughter. Harry found himself surrounded by well-wishers, all of them eager to meet the newest member of the Greengrass family. He shook hands, accepted congratulations, and tried to remember everyone's names. Through it all, Daphne stayed by his side, her presence a constant comfort. "This is amazing," Harry said to her, as they watched the guests dancing in the center of the ballroom. "I never imagined anything like this." "It's everything you deserve," Daphne said. "I told you, Harry. Your family now. Nothing will ever change that." Harry smiled, feeling lighter than he had in years. "I know. I finally believe it." The celebration wound down as the night drew on. Guests departed, their farewells warm and genuine. Lord and Lady Greengrass stood at the door, thanking everyone for coming, their faces glowing with happiness. Harry and Daphne slipped away to the secret tower room, the one she had shown him on his first night at the manor. They sat together on the soft rug, looking up at the stars through the enchanted glass dome. I still can't believe it, Harry said quietly. I'm officially part of this family. Nothing can change that. Nothing, Daphne agreed. You're a Greengrass now. Forever. Thank you, Daphne. For everything. If you hadn't been in that alcove, if you hadn't reached out to me. Don't, Daphne interrupted. Don't thank me for that. It was meant to be. The pack knew. It knew we needed each other. Harry nodded slowly. The pact has been good to us. It gave me a family. It gave me you. It gave us each other. Daphne corrected. That's the most important thing. They sat in comfortable silence for a long moment, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. Then Daphne said, What do you think is next for us? Harry thought about it. The prophecy, the war, the battles that were coming. But he didn't feel scared anymore. He felt ready. I think we're going to face the future together, he said. Whatever it brings, good or bad, we're going to face it side by side. Daphne smiled, a radiant expression that lit up her face. I think you're right. The days following the adoption were filled with a new kind of magic. Harry's formal education began in earnest. Lord Greengrass had hired the finest tutors in magical Britain, and Harry spent his days learning everything from spell theory to magical politics. It was intense, demanding work, but Harry threw himself into it with a fervor he'd never known he possessed. You're doing well, Master Harrow said one day, after Harry had successfully deflected a dozen curses. Your instincts are improving. You're thinking less, acting more. Thank you, Harry said, panting slightly. I've been practicing. Practice is good, Master Harrow said. But it's also important to understand why you're learning these things. The pact is not just about power, it's about purpose. You need to know what you're fighting for. Harry thought about that. He thought about his parents, who had died to protect him. He thought about the Greengrasses, who had taken him in and given him a home. He thought about Daphne, who had reached out to him in kindness and changed his life forever. I'm fighting for my family, he said firmly. For everyone who matters to me. Master Harrow nodded approvingly. Then you'll do well. That's a noble purpose. The political education was the hardest. Harry learned about the complex web of alliances and rivalries that shaped magical Britain. He learned about the Pureblood families, the old money, the new money, the grudges and feuds that had lasted for centuries. It was all so complicated, so much more than he'd ever imagined. The most important thing to remember, Lord Greengrass said one evening, is that politics is about relationships. It's about who you trust, who you ally with, and who you can count on when things get difficult. Like the contract? Harry asked. Exactly like the contract, Lord Greengrass agreed. The pact is the ultimate political statement, a bond between two families that transcends ordinary alliances. It's a declaration that the Potters and the Greengrasses are stronger together than they are apart. Harry nodded slowly. And our enemies will try to tear us apart. They will, Lord Greengrass confirmed. Which is why we must remain united. United we are strong. Divided we are weak. We won't let them divide us, Harry said firmly. I promise. Lord Greengrass smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder. I know you won't, son. I believe in you. Harry's relationship with Daphne continued to deepen. They spent every spare moment together, studying, training, or simply talking. The bond between them had become an intrinsic part of their lives, a constant undercurrent of warmth and connection. Do you ever think about the future? Daphne asked him one afternoon, as they sat in the garden watching the fireflies dance. All the time, Harry admitted. It's hard not to, with everything that's happening. What do you think about? Honestly? I think about the war. I think about Voldemort, and what he might do. I think about the prophecy, and what it means for both of us. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I think about the future too. But I don't think about the war. I think about what comes after. After? After Voldemort is defeated. After the prophecy is fulfilled. I think about growing up with you, going to Hogwarts, Maybe even getting married someday. Harry felt his face grow warm. Married? Not now, Daphne said quickly. But eventually. The pact is going to bring us together in ways we can't even imagine. Harry was silent, processing her words. The idea of marriage had always seemed so distant, so impossible. But now, with the pact binding them, it felt almost inevitable. Do you want that? He finally asked. To be married to me someday? Daphne met his eyes, her gaze unwavering. I don't know what I want yet, she admitted. I'm only 9 years old. But I know that I want you in my life. Whatever form that takes, friends, family, partners, I want you to be there. Harry felt a wave of emotion wash over him. I want that too, he said softly. Whatever form it takes, I want you in my life. You're the most important person in the world to me. Daphne smiled, reaching out to take his hand. Then let's promise each other something. What? Whatever happens, whatever the pact demands, whatever the war brings, we'll always choose each other. We'll always be there for each other. No matter what. Harry squeezed her hand, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. I promise, he said. I promise, Daphne. Thank you, she said softly. That means everything. In the shadows of the estate, a figure watched the two children. The Death Eater had been observing the Greengrass household for weeks, noting the patterns of activity, the weaknesses and the security. He'd been sent by Voldemort himself, charged with gathering intelligence on the pact and its heirs. And now he had something to report. The ceremony had been magnificent, a display of wealth and power that would have impressed even the most cynical wizard. But the Death Eater knew that Voldemort would not be impressed. He would see it as a threat, a challenge to his authority. The Death Eater operated away, his mind full of dark thoughts. Voldemort's lair was hidden deep in the shadows of a forgotten forest. The Dark Lord sat on his throne, his snake-like face twisted with rage as he read the Death Eater's report. The pact was real. The children were growing stronger, their bond deepening with each passing day. And that meant trouble. The Potter and Greengrass alliance, Voldemort hissed, his voice like nails on glass. It must be destroyed. The children must be separated, their bond broken. If they are allowed to continue, they will become a threat to everything I have built. My lord, one of his followers ventured. The pact provides powerful protection. The children are nearly invulnerable to magical attack. Then we must find another way, Voldemort said. We must corrupt them. Turn them against each other. Use their own feelings against them. How, my lord? Voldemort smiled, a chilling expression. By attacking what they love most. By threatening their families, their friends, everything they hold dear. They will be forced to choose between each other and their loyalties. And when they choose wrong, when the bond is broken, we will strike. Back at Greengrass Manor, Harry had no idea of the danger lurking in the shadows. He was sitting with Daphne in the library, reading Elara Greengrass's journal by candlelight. The ancient words seemed to glow on the page, filling him with a sense of peace and purpose. You are stronger than you know, Elara had written. The magic within you is vast and powerful, but it is also gentle. It will guide you, protect you, and teach you, if only you let it. I wish I could have met her, Harry said softly. Elara, I mean. She sounds like an incredible woman. She was, Daphne agreed. Our family records say she was one of the greatest witches of her age. Her healing magic was legendary. Do you think we'll be like her? Someday? Daphne considered the question. I think we'll be better, she finally said. We have all the advantages she didn't have, a more stable world, better training, and the bond between us. We have the potential to be even greater. Harry smiled. That's a lot of pressure. It is, Daphne admitted. But I think we can handle it. Together. Together. Harry agreed. The adoption was formalized the following week, in a ceremony that made Harry feel like he was floating. Lord Greengrass stood before the Wizengamot, holding a scroll that contained the official adoption documents. Harry stood beside him, his heart pounding, as the chief warlock read the proclamation. Be it known that Harry James Potter, formerly of the House of Potter, is hereby adopted into the ancient and noble House of Greengrass. He shall be known henceforth as Harry James Greengrass Potter, and shall enjoy all the rights and privileges of a full heir. The Wizengamot erupted in applause, and Harry felt tears streaming down his cheeks. He was a Greengrass now. Officially, legally, forever. Daphne was beside him in an instant, her arms around him, her voice soft in his ear. Welcome to the family. Officially. Harry hugged her back, his heart overflowing with joy. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for everything. Always, she promised. Always. That night Harry sat in the secret tower room, staring at the stars. He'd changed so much in the past few months. He'd gone from a lonely, unloved boy living in a cupboard to a cherished member of a powerful magical family. He had a home. He had a purpose. And he had Daphne. But he also had enemies. Voldemort was out there, plotting, waiting, scheming. And Harry knew it was only a matter of time before he made his move. The peace they were enjoying couldn't last forever. Eventually, the war would come. I'm not afraid, he whispered to the stars. I'm not afraid anymore. And it was true. He wasn't afraid. He was sad, perhaps, for everything that had been lost. But he wasn't afraid. He had the pact. He had the Greengrasses. And he had Daphne. That was enough. That would always be enough. Daphne appeared in the doorway, her silver blonde hair glowing in the moonlight. You couldn't sleep either? She asked, crossing to sit beside him. Too much thinking, Harry admitted. I know the feeling. She took his hand, the familiar warmth of the bond pulsing between them. What are you thinking about? Everything, Harry said. The ceremony, the pact, the war that's coming. It's all so much, so overwhelming. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I think we should focus on what we can control. Our training, our bond, our relationships. The war will come when it comes, but we can prepare for it. By doing what? By being strong, she said. By being united. By never giving Voldemort what he wants. Harry nodded slowly. You're right. You're always right. I'm not always right, Daphne said with a smile. But I try to be. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the stars wheel overhead. The bond between them pulsed with warmth, a constant reminder that they were not alone. Harry? Daphne said softly. I want you to know something. No matter what happens, no matter what the war brings, no matter what the pact demands, I'm always going to be here for you. That's a promise. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. I promise too, he managed. Always. Daphne leaned against his shoulder, her head resting against his. Then we're going to be okay. Whatever comes, we're going to be okay. Harry nodded, believing her. For the first time in his life, he felt like everything was going to work out. He had a family, a purpose, and a partner. He had everything he'd ever wanted. And he would never let Voldemort take it away. Chapter 5, A New Life Begins. The first rays of dawn crept through the enchanted windows of Greengrass Manor, painting the walls in shades of rose and gold. Harry lay in his bed, still half asleep, listening to the distant chirping of magical birds that nested in the manor's ancient eaves. For the first time in his life, he woke without the familiar dread that had accompanied every morning at Privet Drive. No cupboard. No Dudley. No Aunt Petunia's shrill voice demanding he make breakfast. Just peace. Just warmth. Just the soft hum of magic that permeated every corner of this beautiful, impossible place. Harry stretched, feeling the silk sheets slide against his skin. He'd been at Greengrass Manor for nearly 4 months now, and still, every morning felt like a dream. He half expected to wake up in his cupboard, the dream of belonging dissolving like morning mist. But it never did. The dream was real. This was his life now. A soft knock at his door made him smile. Come in. Daphne slipped inside, already dressed in her practice robes, her silver blonde hair pulled back in a practical braid. She was carrying a tray laden with breakfast, fresh fruit, warm pastries, and a steaming cup of hot chocolate. "Good morning," she said, setting the tray on his bedside table. "I thought you might want to eat before our lesson with Master Harrow." Harry sat up, rubbing his eyes. "What time is it?" 6:30. "We have an hour before training starts." "An hour?" Harry groaned. "Why do you have to be so morning?" Daphne laughed, a light, musical sound that filled the room. "Because morning is when the magic is strongest. Father says the early hours are when the veils between worlds are thinnest. It's the best time to practice." Harry took a bite of a warm pastry, savoring the burst of sweetness. "Everything is so different here. At the Dursleys I had to be up by 5 to make breakfast for everyone. And I never got to eat anything good." Daphne's expression softened. "Well, you never have to worry about that again. You'll always have good food here. And you'll always have someone to share it with." She sat on the edge of his bed, her blue eyes warm with affection. Harry felt the bond between them pulse gently, a constant reminder of their connection. "Thank you," he said softly. "For everything. For bringing me breakfast, for being my friend, for—" "Stop thanking me," Daphne interrupted, but her smile was kind. "That's what family does, Harry. We take care of each other." Harry nodded, a warmth spreading through his chest. Family. He had a family now. He still couldn't quite believe it. An hour later, Harry and Daphne stood in the training grounds behind the manor. The grounds were extensive, rolling lawns that stretched to the edge of the enchanted forest, dotted with practice dummies and obstacle courses. Master Harrow was waiting for them, his grizzled face set in its usual stern expression. "Good morning, young ones," he said, his voice gruff. "I trust you're ready for a challenging session?" "Yes, Master Harrow," they chorused. "Good. Today we're going to work on combined casting. The pact has been strengthening your bond, and it's time to see what you can achieve together." Harry and Daphne exchanged a glance. Combined casting was something they'd only begun to explore, using their magic in tandem, amplifying each other's spells. It was difficult and exhausting, but also exhilarating. "Potter," Master Harrow said, "I want you to cast a shield charm. Greengrass, you'll pour your magic into his shield, reinforcing it. Let's see how strong you can make it." Harry raised his wand, focusing on the familiar incantation. Protego. A shimmering shield erupted in front of him, translucent and strong. Daphne stepped closer, placing her hand on his shoulder, and he felt her magic flow into him, cool and precise, like a stream joining a river. The shield blazed with silver light, its surface hardening into something nearly solid. Master Harrow raised his own wand, hurling a curse at the shield. It struck the surface with a crackling sound and dissipated, leaving the shield intact. "Impressive," he said, genuine surprise in his voice. "That shield could withstand a killing curse." Harry felt a surge of pride. "Really? Really? Combined casting is powerful, but it requires absolute trust. You have to surrender to each other's magic, let it flow freely between you." "That's not easy." Daphne squeezed Harry's shoulder. "We trust each other completely." "Then you're already ahead of most wizards twice your age," Master Harrow said. "Now let's try something more challenging. I want you to cast a stunner together. Potter, you initiate. Greengrass, you amplify." Harry took a deep breath, focusing on the incantation. "Stupefy." A jet of red light shot from his wand, but it was weak, barely reaching the training dummy. Then Daphne's magic surged through him, and the spell exploded outward, a blast of crimson energy that shattered the dummy into splinters. Master Harrow stared at the remains of the dummy. "Well," he said slowly, "that was unexpected." Harry and Daphne stared at each other, their eyes wide. "Did we do that?" Harry asked. "It appears so," Master Harrow said. "Your combined magic is remarkably powerful. But it's also dangerous. You need to learn control, Or you could hurt someone. Sorry, Harry said, his face flushing. We didn't mean to. Don't apologize, Master Harrow interrupted. Power is not something to apologize for. It's something to master. Now let's try again. This time, focus on control. Small, precise bursts of magic. They practiced for hours, gradually learning to modulate their combined power. By the end of the session, they could cast complex spells with near-perfect precision, their magic flowing together in seamless harmony. You're doing well, Master Harrow said as they finished. But there's still much to learn. We'll continue tomorrow. Thank you, Master Harrow, they said together. As they walked back to the manor, Daphne said, That was amazing. I felt your magic flowing through me. It was like we were one person. Harry nodded. I felt it too. It's strange, but good. Like being connected to someone in a way that's deeper than words. It is deeper, Daphne agreed. The pact is knitting us together. Every time we practice, every time we trust each other, the bond grows stronger. Do you think that's a good thing? Absolutely, Daphne said firmly. The stronger our bond, the harder it is for Voldemort to break it. And the more powerful we become. The weeks passed in a blur of lessons and training. Harry's magical education expanded rapidly. In addition to defensive spells, he was now studying potions, transfiguration, and magical theory. He was a quick learner, his mind hungry for knowledge after years of deprivation at the Dursleys. You have a natural aptitude for magic, Professor Aldrich said one afternoon, after Harry had successfully brewed a complex potion. Your mother was the same way. She was one of the most gifted potioneers I've ever taught. Harry looked up, surprised. You knew my mother? I taught her many years ago. She was brilliant, quick-witted, kind, and fiercely loyal. Professor Aldrich's eyes grew distant. She would have been proud of you, Harry. Very proud. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. Thank you, he managed. I wish I could have known her. All in good time, the professor said gently. The pact will reveal more about your family's history as you grow stronger. There are secrets in the Potter vaults that even the Greengrasses don't know about. Secrets? Ancient secrets, Professor Aldrich said. Powerful ones. The Potters were not just any wizarding family. They were guardians, protectors of knowledge that could change the world. Harry filed that information away, determined to learn more when the time was right. Daphne's education was equally demanding. She was studying magical politics, family history, and ancient traditions, subjects that Harry found dull but necessary. The Greengrasses were preparing her to be a leader, to navigate the complex web of alliances and rivalries that define magical Britain. I hate politics, she confessed one evening, as they studied in the library. It's all just lies and manipulation. It's also about protecting people, Harry pointed out. Your parents are good politicians, and they use their power to help others. Daphne considered that. I suppose that's true. But I wish it could be simpler. Nothing about our lives is simple, Harry said wryly. We're bound by an ancient pact, we're the heirs to a prophecy, and we have a Dark Lord trying to kill us. Simple is not in the cards. Daphne laughed, a sound that made Harry's heart lighten. You're right. Simple is overrated anyway. Their relationship continued to deepen. They spent hours together, talking about everything and nothing. Harry told Daphne about his life at the Dursleys, the cupboard, the bullying, the constant feeling of being unwanted. She listened without judgment, her hand in his, her presence a comfort. I don't know how you survived that, she said softly, after he told her about his worst memories. You were so young and so alone. No one should have to go through that. I survived because I kept hoping, Harry said. I kept believing that someday things would get better. And they did. They led me to you. Daphne's eyes glistened. I'm glad. I'm glad you were the one in that alcove. I'm glad you reached out to me. Harry squeezed her hand. Me too. That was the best decision I ever made. Lord and Lady Greengrass were attentive parents. They included Harry in family dinners, asked about his lessons, and made sure he had everything he needed. Lord Greengrass took a special interest in Harry's political education, explaining the nuances of magical law and governance. "You have a role to play in the future of magical Britain," he said one evening. "The pact makes you a leader, whether you want to be or not. It's important that you understand the world you're inheriting." Harry listened carefully, absorbing the lessons. He didn't want to be a leader. He never wanted to be special. But he knew that the pact demanded it, and he was determined to meet its expectations. "I'll do my best," he said. "I promise." Lord Greengrass placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know you will, son. That's what makes you a good leader." Lady Greengrass was more focused on Harry's emotional well-being. She checked in on him regularly, asking about his feelings, his dreams, his fears. At first, Harry was uncomfortable with the attention. He'd never had anyone care about his emotional state before. But gradually, he began to open up. "Sometimes I feel like I'm not good enough," he admitted one afternoon. "Like the pact made a mistake. Like it should have chosen someone else." Lady Greengrass pulled him into a warm embrace. "The pact doesn't make mistakes," she said firmly. "It chose you for a reason. You are exactly the person it needs." "How do you know?" "Because I see you, Harry. I see how kind you are, how brave, how determined. You have a good heart. That's the most important quality a leader can have." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for everything." "We love you, Harry," Lady Greengrass said. "Never forget that." Astoria Greengrass was a whirlwind of energy and mischief. The younger Greengrass daughter was only 6, but she had a personality that filled every room she entered. She adored Harry, following him around the manor and demanding his attention constantly. "Tell me a story, Harry," she'd say, tugging on his robes. "Tell me about the dragons." Harry would oblige, making up elaborate tales of magical creatures and daring adventures. Astoria would listen with wide eyes, her imagination captured by his words. "You're really good at stories," she said one evening. "Even better than Daddy." "Thank you," Harry said, amused. "I got a lot of practice at the Dursleys. I used to tell myself stories to pass the time." "Your aunt and uncle sound mean," Astoria said, her small face scrunching up in disapproval. "I don't like them." "I don't like them either," Harry admitted. "But I'm here now. And I have you." Astoria beamed. "And I have you. You're my big brother now." Harry's heart swelled. "Yes," he said softly. "I am." The bond with Daphne continued to strengthen. They spent more time practicing combined magic, their spells growing more powerful with each session. But there were also quiet moments when they just sat together, enjoying each other's presence. "I never knew what it felt like to have a friend," Harry admitted one evening. "A real friend. Someone who actually cares about me." Daphne leaned against his shoulder. "Now you do. And you'll never be without one again. Promise?" "Promise." The first formal social event of Harry's new life came in the form of a celebration at Greengrass Manor. Lord Greengrass had invited several prominent magical families to meet Harry, to formally introduce him to society as the adopted heir of the Greengrass house. Harry was nervous. He'd never been to a real party before, and he didn't want to embarrass himself. "You'll be fine," Daphne assured him as they stood in the grand ballroom, waiting for the guests to arrive. "Just be yourself. That's enough." "But what if I do something wrong? What if I say the wrong thing?" "Then you'll learn from it," Daphne said simply. "That's what life is about." The first guests arrived, the Bones family, led by Amelia Bones herself. Harry was introduced to Susan Bones, a girl his age with a kind face and red hair. "Hello," Susan said, her voice warm. "I've heard so much about you." "All bad, I hope," Harry joked, and Susan laughed. "Mostly good, actually. The contract is the talk of the magical world. Everyone wants to know more about it." Harry felt his cheeks flush. I don't know much about it myself. It's all still new to me. That's okay, Susan said. I'm sure you'll figure it out. You seem smart. Harry smiled. Thank you. You're very kind. The party continued, with more families arriving and Harry meeting more children his age. Neville Longbottom came with his grandmother, a stern woman who nevertheless seemed to approve of Harry. Hermione Granger arrived with her parents, Muggleborns who were clearly out of their depth but trying their best. Your parents seem nice, Harry said to Hermione, who was clutching a book to her chest. They are, Hermione said. They don't really understand magic, but they're trying. They want me to be happy. Are you? Happy, I mean? Hermione hesitated. I don't know. It's all so different. I never imagined any of this. She paused, then added, but I'm glad I'm not alone. There are other Muggleborns at Hogwarts. And there's you. Harry smiled. Yeah. There's me. The highlight of the evening came when Daphne dragged Harry onto the dance floor. I can't dance, he protested, his face red. Everyone can dance, Daphne said. It's just moving to music. They swayed together, their hands clasped, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. Harry was awkward at first, stumbling over his feet, but Daphne guided him gently. Just relax, she murmured. Feel the music. Feel me. Harry closed his eyes, letting the music wash over him. He focused on the warmth of Daphne's hand in his, on the steady beat of the music, on the sense of rightness that filled him. You're doing great, Daphne said softly. I knew you could. Harry opened his eyes, meeting her gaze. Thanks to you. They danced for several songs, lost in each other's presence. And Harry realized, with a sudden clarity, that this was what he'd been missing all his life. This feeling of connection, of belonging, of being truly seen. The party ended late, with the guests departing one by one. Harry stood with Daphne at the door, thanking everyone for coming. He was tired but happy. The evening had been a success. You were wonderful, Lady Greengrass said, kissing his forehead. I'm so proud of you. Harry smiled. Thank you. It was easier than I expected. Because you were among friends, Lord Greengrass said. That's the secret to social gatherings. Surround yourself with people who care about you, and everything else becomes easy. Harry nodded, filing that lesson away. It was a good one, a truth he'd never learned at the Dursleys. That night, Harry sat in the secret tower room with Daphne, watching the stars. I'm glad we did that, he said. The party, I mean. It was nice to meet everyone. Me too, Daphne agreed. It's important that people see you as a Greengrass now. That you're part of our world. Was that why you danced with me? To show people I'm a Greengrass? No, Daphne said softly. I danced with you because I wanted to. Because being with you makes me happy. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. You make me happy too, he said. More than I ever thought I could be. Daphne leaned against his shoulder, her head resting against his. We're going to have a wonderful life, Harry. I can feel it. Really? Really. The pact knows what it's doing. It brought us together for a reason, and that reason is good. Harry nodded, believing her. The future was uncertain, full of danger and darkness, and all the things he still didn't understand. But standing in the tower room, with Daphne by his side and the stars wheeling overhead, he felt a sense of peace. I love this, he said softly. This feeling. Being here with you. Daphne smiled. I love it too. I love you. Harry's heart skipped a beat. You do? Of course I do, she said, as if it were obvious. You're my best friend. My partner. My family. How could I not? Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. I love you too, Daphne. I love you more than anything. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the stars and holding hands. And Harry knew, with absolute certainty, that this was only the beginning. The next phase of Harry's new life came with the arrival of his personal tutor. Lord and Lady Greengrass had decided that Harry needed additional education in magical history and theory to prepare him for the challenges ahead. Professor Binns had been assigned to the task, a ghost who taught history at Hogwarts and who, despite his dull reputation, knew more about magical history than almost anyone alive. Harry Potter, Professor Binns said, his voice a monotone. I understand you have questions about the past. Yes, sir, Harry said. I want to understand my family's history. The Potters and the Greengrasses, and the pact between them. Professor Binns nodded slowly. A fascinating subject. The Potter-Greengrass Pact is one of the most significant magical artifacts of the last millennium. And you, young man, are at its center. Harry leaned forward, eager to learn. What can you tell me about it? The pact was created during the First Wizarding War, over 500 years ago, Professor Binns said. Harold Potter and Elara Greengrass were its architects. They were remarkable individuals, powerful, brilliant, and determined to protect their world from the darkness that threatened it. What happened to them? They won, Professor Binns said simply. But victory came at a cost. The war devastated their families, their homes, their lives. They spent the rest of their days rebuilding, ensuring that the pact would survive to protect future generations. And it did, Harry said softly. It protected me. Indeed, Professor Binns said. The pact chose you, Harry. It recognized the threat of Voldemort. And activated accordingly. You and Daphne Greengrass are its heirs, the ones it selected to carry on its legacy. Harry felt the weight of that responsibility. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Ready or not, you are, Professor Binns said. But I believe you will rise to the occasion. You have the strength, the courage, and the heart. After the lesson, Harry went to find Daphne. She was in the garden, reading under a large oak tree. How was it? She asked, patting the grass beside her. Intense, Harry admitted, sitting down. Professor Binns told me about the war. About Harold and Elara and everything they sacrificed. It's a lot to take in, Daphne agreed. But it's also inspiring. They built something that lasted for centuries, something that protected their descendants against the greatest evil of their age. That's incredible. Do you think we can do the same? Harry asked. Build something that lasts? Daphne considered the question. I think we can, she said finally. The pact is already part of us. It's already guiding us. All we have to do is follow where it leads. Harry nodded slowly. Together. Together, Daphne agreed. The months continued to pass, and Harry's life settled into a comfortable rhythm. He rose early, trained with Master Harrow, studied with his tutors, and spent his evenings with Daphne and the rest of the Greengrass family. He was learning, growing, becoming the person the pact needed him to be. But there were also moments of simple happiness. Astoria would come running to him with stories or demands for games. Lady Greengrass would make sure he had his favorite treats at dinner. Lord Greengrass would spend hours explaining magical history and politics to him. And Daphne was always there, her presence a constant comfort and joy. You look happy, Daphne observed one evening, as they sat in the garden watching the sun set. I am happy, Harry said. For the first time in my life, I'm truly happy. Daphne smiled, reaching out to take his hand. That's wonderful, Harry. You deserve to be happy. So do you, Harry said. You deserve everything good in the world. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the colors of the sky shift from gold to pink to deep purple. The bond between them pulsed with warmth, a constant reminder of their connection. Harry? Daphne said softly. Yes? I'm glad you were in that alcove. I'm glad you were the one who reached out to me. Harry squeezed her hand. I'm glad too. It was the best moment of my life. Daphne leaned against his shoulder. It was the best moment of mine too. It changed everything. It did, Harry agreed. It gave me a family. It gave me you. And it gave me you, Daphne said. That's what matters most. The peace could not last forever. One evening, as Harry was walking back from the library, he felt a sudden chill in the air. The torches along the corridor flickered, casting strange shadows on the walls. "Hello?" he called out, his heart racing. There was no answer. Harry reached for his wand. He always carried it now, as all young wizards did, and raised it warily. The shadows seemed to shift, forming shapes that weren't quite human. "Who's there?" he demanded. The shadows coalesced into a figure, tall, cloaked, with a face that was barely visible beneath the hood. Harry's blood ran cold. "The Dark Lord sends his regards," the figure hissed. Harry raised his wand, but before he could cast a spell, the figure vanished, leaving behind only the echo of cruel laughter. Harry stood frozen for a moment, his heart pounding. Then he turned and ran, sprinting to the main part of the manor. "Voldemort was here!" he gasped, bursting into the library where Lord and Lady Greengrass were reading. "He sent someone. A Death Eater. I saw him." Lord Greengrass's expression hardened. "Are you sure?" "Yes. He said the Dark Lord sends his regards. Then he disappeared." Lord Greengrass turned to his wife. "We need to increase security immediately. The wards are not sufficient." Lady Greengrass nodded grimly. "I'll contact the Ministry. We need aura protection." Harry watched them spring into action, his mind reeling. Voldemort had found him. Even here, in the heart of Greengrass Manor, he wasn't safe. Daphne appeared at his side, her eyes wide with concern. "Harry, are you okay?" "I don't know," he admitted. "I'm scared, Daphne. Voldemort knows where I am. He's going to come after us. Then we'll fight," Daphne said fiercely. "We'll fight, and we'll win. That's what we do." Harry felt a surge of determination. "You're right. We won't let him scare us. We'll be ready for whatever comes." The attack had changed everything. Lord and Lady Greengrass took immediate action, strengthening the manor's wards and hiring additional security. Auras were stationed on the grounds, and a protective shield was erected around the estate. "We'll keep you safe," Lord Greengrass assured Harry. "No one will hurt you." Harry nodded, but he knew that safety was an illusion. Voldemort was out there, and he wouldn't give up. The only way to truly be safe was to fight. "I want to learn more," he said. "I want to be stronger." Lord Greengrass studied him for a moment, then nodded. "We'll increase your training. You'll learn everything we can teach you." Harry felt a grim determination settle over him. He would be ready. No matter what it took, he would be ready. Harry and Daphne stood in the training grounds, practicing defensive spells. The near encounter with the Death Eater had shaken him, but it had also hardened his resolve. He would not be a victim. He would fight back. "Protego!" he shouted, and a shimmering shield erupted in front of him. "Good," Master Harrow said. "Now hold it while Greengrass attacks." Daphne cast a series of spells at Harry's shield, stunners, impediment jinxes, and finally a powerful blasting curse. The shield held, flickering, but intact. "Excellent," Master Harrow said. "You're improving rapidly." Harry lowered his shield, panting. "I want to be stronger. I want to be able to protect everyone." "Then you must keep training," Master Harrow said. "But be careful. The path to power is fraught with danger. You must not lose yourself in the process." Harry nodded, taking the warning to heart. The weeks passed, and Harry's training grew more intense. He was learning advanced defensive spells, counter curses, and even offensive magic, though he hated using it. Daphne was learning alongside him, her magic complementing his perfectly. "Together," she said, as they practiced a combined spell. "That's how we win." Harry nodded, feeling the familiar warmth of the bond between them. Together. They cast the spell, and a blast of silver light erupted from their wands, powerful enough to shatter a training dummy into splinters. "Amazing," Master Harrow said, shaking his head. "I've never seen anything like it." Harry and Daphne exchanged a look of triumph. They were becoming stronger, more powerful, more prepared. But Voldemort was also preparing. Rumors reached Greengrass Manor of Death Eater attacks across Britain. Wizarding families were targeted, villages burned, innocent people killed. The darkness was spreading, and no one was safe. "We need to do something," Harry said one evening, after hearing about another attack. "We can't just sit here and let Voldemort hurt people." "What can we do?" Daphne asked. "We're children." "I know," Harry said. "But we can't do nothing. That's not who we are." Lord Greengrass overheard the conversation. "You're right," he said, surprising them. "You can't do nothing. But you also can't fight alone. You need allies. You need support." "Who can we trust?" Harry asked. "The pact has activated for a reason," Lord Greengrass said. "It has awakened allies as well as enemies. There are families out there who will support you, who have been waiting for this moment." Harry felt a flicker of hope. "Which families?" "The Bowens, the Longbottoms, the Weasleys," Lord Greengrass said. "There are others. But you must be careful. Not everyone is as they seem." Harry nodded, filing away the information. He would need to be strategic, cautious, and smart. That night, Harry and Daphne sat in the secret tower room, planning their next steps. "We need to find allies," Harry said. "Trustworthy people who will help us fight Voldemort." Daphne nodded. "We also need to keep training. We need to get stronger. And we need to stay together." Harry added. "We're stronger when we're together." Daphne took his hand, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. "We'll always be together. That's what the pact demands." Harry squeezed her hand. "Thank you, Daphne. For everything. I don't think I could do this without you." "You could," Daphne said. "But you don't have to. We're partners. That's what matters." The next morning, a letter arrived from Dumbledore. It was brief but significant. The old wizard wanted to meet with Harry and Daphne to discuss the future. He had information that could help them, secrets that could change the course of the war. "Do you trust him?" Daphne asked Harry. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But I think we should listen to what he has to say. He knows more about the pact than anyone." Daphne nodded slowly. "Then we'll go. But we'll be careful." They met Dumbledore in a private room at the Leaky Cauldron, away from prying eyes. The old wizard looked tired but determined. "Harry, Daphne," he said. "Thank you for coming." "What do you want?" Harry asked, his voice guarded. Dumbledore smiled grimly. "I want to help you. I know things about the pact that you haven't learned yet. Secrets that could save your lives." "What secrets?" "The pact is older than you think," Dumbledore said. "Older than Harold Potter and Elara Greengrass. It stretches back to the earliest days of magical Britain, to a time when the first wizards and witches walked the earth. And it has a purpose, a single, overriding purpose." Harry leaned forward. "What purpose?" "To protect magical Britain from the darkness that threatens it," Dumbledore said. "The pact was designed to create a line of guardians, people who would rise up when darkness threatened and fight against it. You are that line, Harry. You and Daphne. You are the chosen ones." Harry felt the weight of those words. "So what do we do?" "You prepare," Dumbledore said. "You train. You gather allies. And when the time comes, you fight. That's all anyone can do." The meeting ended, and Harry and Daphne walked back to the Greengrass Manor in silence. "He's right," Harry finally said. "We need to prepare. We need to be ready." Daphne nodded. "We will be. I promise." Harry looked at her, his heart full. "Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. That's what matters." Daphne smiled, taking his hand. "Together. Always." That night, Harry dreamed of the war. He dreamed of dark figures and silver light, of magic clashing and lives ending. But through it all, he felt Daphne beside him, her hand in his, her magic flowing through him. They were stronger together. They were unstoppable. When he woke, he felt a new sense of purpose. He was no longer just a boy who'd survived an attack. He was a guardian, a protector, a fighter. And he would not let Voldemort win. I'm ready, he whispered into the darkness. I'm ready for whatever comes. Chapter 6 The Ancient Contract reveals its purpose. The library of Greengrass Manor had never felt so alive. Harry stood at the center of the vast room, surrounded by floating tomes and scrolls that drifted lazily through the air like enchanted birds. The ancient runes that lined the walls were glowing with a soft silver light, pulsing in rhythm with the bond that connected him to Daphne. Something was happening, something that went beyond their usual studies. It's responding to us, Daphne said, her voice filled with wonder. She was standing beside him, her hand in his, her blue eyes wide as she watched the ancient magic unfold around them. The library has never done this before. Harry felt the warmth of the bond intensify, spreading through his chest like liquid fire. The runes on the walls blazed brighter, and the floating books began to arrange themselves in patterns, circles within circles, forming constellations of knowledge. What's happening? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't know, Daphne admitted. But I think the pact is trying to show us something. As if in response to her words, a massive tome detached itself from the nearest shelf and floated toward them. It was enormous, easily 3 feet across and 2 feet thick, bound in leather that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. The cover was embossed with the Greengrass crest, but beneath it, Harry could see another symbol, the Potter coat of arms, intertwined with the Greengrass emblem in a pattern he'd never seen before. The pact tome, Daphne breathed. I've read about it, but I've never actually seen it. It's supposed to be hidden, accessible only to the heirs when the pact is fully awakened. And it's awakening now? Harry asked. Apparently so. The tome floated down to rest on the massive oak table at the center of the room. Its cover opened of its own accord, pages turning with a soft rustle until they stopped at a section that seemed to glow with silver light. Harry and Daphne approached cautiously, their hands still clasped. The text on the page was written in an ancient script that Harry couldn't read, but as he looked at it, the words seemed to shift and reform, translating themselves into English before his eyes. To the heirs of the Potter and Greengrass bloodlines. Harry read aloud. You who have awakened the ancient pact, know this. The bond you share is not merely a marriage contract. It is a sacred trust, a guardian's oath, designed to protect magical Britain from the darkness that threatens it. The pact was created to unite 2 bloodlines capable of restoring powerful ancient defensive magic that protected our world during the First Wizarding War centuries ago. Daphne's grip on his hand tightened. I knew it. I knew there was more to this than just marriage. The magic within you is vast and powerful. Harry continued reading. But it is also gentle. It will not force you to become something you are not. Instead, it will guide you, strengthen you, and teach you, but it will never take away your free will. You are the heirs of 2 great houses, carriers of blood that has been woven together through centuries of alliance. Trust each other. Trust your magic. Trust the bond that has been forged between you. It will not lead you astray. Harry looked up from the page, his eyes meeting Daphne's. It's like Elara's letter. She said the same thing? Because it's true, Daphne said softly. The pact is about trust. About choosing each other, again and again. The tome's pages turned once more, revealing a new section. This one was filled with diagrams, complex magical formations that Harry didn't understand, but that seemed to pulse with their own power. These are the ancient defensive enchantments, Daphne said, her voice filled with awe. The magic that protected Britain during the First War. The Greengrass archives mention them, but the actual spells were lost centuries ago. Until now, Harry said. The pact is restoring them. Through us. He reached out, his fingers brushing the ancient diagrams. The moment he touched the page, a surge of power shot through him, warm and bright and impossibly vast. He saw visions, a massive shield surrounding the entire island of Britain, powerful enough to repel the darkest magic, enchantments woven into the very fabric of the land, protecting every witch and wizard who lived there, guardians standing watch, their magic intertwined with the ancient spells. The pact's true purpose, he whispered. It was never just about protecting our families. It was about protecting everyone. Daphne's eyes were shining with tears. Harold and Elara. They created this to save magical Britain. And now. She paused, her voice breaking slightly. And now it's our turn. Harry pulled her into an embrace, holding her close. The bond between them pulsed with warmth, a reassurance that they were not alone in this. We can do this, he said firmly. Together. That's what the pact demands, and that's what we're going to give it. Daphne nodded against his chest. Together. Always. The discovery of the pact tome changed everything. Lord and Lady Greengrass were summoned to the library immediately, their faces pale with shock as they examined the ancient tome. Family historians were called in, their eyes wide with wonder as they studied the diagrams and texts. This is extraordinary, one of the historians said, his voice trembling. The ancient defensive enchantments were thought to be lost forever. The knowledge was supposed to have died with Harold Potter and Elara Greengrass. But it didn't, Lord Greengrass said slowly. It was preserved in the pact itself, waiting for the right heirs to awaken it. Lady Greengrass turned to Harry and Daphne, her expression a mixture of pride and concern. You've done something remarkable. But you must understand, this changes everything. The knowledge you've uncovered is dangerous. Powerful forces will want to control it. Then we'll protect it, Harry said firmly. That's what the pact is for. Lord Greengrass placed a hand on his shoulder. You're right, son. That's exactly what we'll do. Over the following weeks, the pact tome became the center of Harry and Daphne's education. They spent hours studying the ancient diagrams, learning the complex magical formations that would eventually allow them to restore the defensive enchantments. The work was demanding, requiring intense concentration and perfect synchronization between them. But the bond made it possible. The magic flows more easily when we work together, Daphne observed one afternoon, as they practiced a particularly complex formation. It's like the pact knows what we're trying to do and guides us. Harry nodded, feeling the warmth of her magic flowing through him. It's almost like we're one person, isn't it? Like we share a single magical core. Daphne considered that. Maybe we do. The pact is ancient and powerful. It could be knitting us together in ways we don't fully understand. Do you think that's a good thing? I think it's what we need, Daphne said honestly. The war is coming, and we'll need every advantage we can get. If the pact makes us stronger together, then we should embrace it. Harry smiled. You're always so practical. Someone has to be, Daphne said, smiling back. You're too busy being brave and selfless. Hey, I can be practical too. Name one practical thing you've done today. I ate breakfast. Daphne laughed, a light, musical sound that made Harry's heart soar. Fine, you win. Breakfast is very practical. They returned to their studies, their hands clasped, their magic flowing together in perfect harmony. The pact tome revealed other secrets as well. The pact is not just about defensive magic, Lord Greengrass explained one evening, as the family gathered in the library. It's also about leadership. Harold Potter and Elara Greengrass were not just warriors, they were statesmen, diplomats, and visionaries. They understood that defeating darkness required more than just magical power. It required alliances, trust, and unity. So we need to build alliances, Harry said. Gather supporters who will fight with us. Exactly, Lord Greengrass said. The pact has already begun this process. Families that were neutral or undecided are beginning to rally to your cause. They see the pact as a symbol of hope, of resistance against the darkness. Daphne was studying a section of the tome, her brow furrowed. Father, there's something here about a council, an ancient council of magical families that was established to govern the pact's implementation. Lord Greengrass's eyes widened. The Guardian Council. I thought that was a myth. It's real, Daphne said. The pact established a council of representatives from the allied families. They were supposed to advise the heirs, support them, and help them fulfill the pact's purpose. And the council is still active? The tome says it's dormant, but it can be reactivated, Daphne said. When the heirs are ready. Harry felt a surge of excitement. Then we need to reactivate it. We need all the help we can get. Lord Greengrass nodded slowly. We'll begin the process immediately. But we must be careful. Not all families can be trusted. The council was established to serve the pact, but over the centuries, loyalties may have shifted. The reactivation of the Guardian Council became a new priority. Harry and Daphne worked with Lord and Lady Greengrass to identify which families could be trusted. The Bones, the Longbottoms, the Weasleys, these were the ones who had remained true to the Pact's principles. Others, like the Malfoys and the Blacks, had aligned themselves with Voldemort and could not be trusted. We'll reach out to the loyal families first, Lord Greengrass said. They can help us expand the alliance. And the disloyal ones? Harry asked. We watch them carefully, Lord Greengrass said grimly. And we prepare for the day when they will inevitably try to betray us. The bond between Harry and Daphne continued to deepen. They spent nearly every moment together now, their magic intertwined, their thoughts often overlapping. It was strange, being so connected to another person, but it was also wonderful. Harry had never felt so understood, so accepted. Do you ever think about the future? Daphne asked one evening as they sat in the secret tower room watching the stars. All the time, Harry admitted. It's hard not to, with everything that's happening. What do you see? I see us fighting Voldemort and winning, Harry said. I see magical Britain at peace, with the ancient defensive enchantments restored. I see families living in safety, without fear of the darkness. Daphne was quiet for a moment. And us? What do you see for us? Harry turned to look at her, his heart pounding. I see us together. Always. I don't know exactly what that looks like, maybe as friends, maybe as partners, maybe as something more. But I know I want you in my life. Forever. Daphne's eyes glistened. I want that too, Harry. More than anything. She leaned forward, pressing her forehead against his. The bond between them pulsed with warmth, a golden glow that seemed to surround them both. I love you, Harry, she whispered. I love you so much. I love you too, Harry whispered back. I always will. The next phase of their training began. Master Harrow introduced them to new forms of magic, guardian magic, he called it. The same type of magic that Harold and Elara had used to defeat the Dark Lord of their age. It's powerful but dangerous, Master Harrow warned. It requires absolute trust and perfect synchronization. If you make a mistake, the consequences could be severe. We understand, Harry said firmly. We're ready. Master Harrow studied them for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Let's begin. The first spell they learned was the Guardian Shield, a massive protective barrier that could cover an entire village. It required both of them to pour their magic into the spell simultaneously, their powers merging to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Concentrate, Master Harrow instructed. Feel each other's magic. Let it flow together. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the warmth of Daphne's magic through the bond. He could feel her presence, her strength, her determination. He let his own magic flow toward her, and she met it with hers, their powers merging in a blaze of silver light. Now! Master Harrow shouted. Together they cast the spell. A massive shield erupted from their combined magic, spreading outward to cover the entire training ground. It shimmered with silver light, impenetrable and immense. Master Harrow stared at the shield, his mouth agape. Incredible! I've never seen anyone cast Guardian Shield on their first attempt. Harry and Daphne lowered their arms, their chests heaving with exertion. They were exhausted but triumphant. We did it, Harry said, a wide grin spreading across his face. Together, Daphne said, grinning back. The training continued, each session more demanding than the last. They learned Guardian Burst, a powerful offensive spell that could obliterate dark magic. Guardian Sense, a form of magical perception that allowed them to detect threats from miles away. And Guardian Binding, a spell that could trap even the most powerful dark wizard. It's like we're becoming guardians, Harry said one evening, after a particularly grueling session. Actual guardians, like Harold and Alara. Daphne nodded, her expression serious. That's exactly what's happening. The pact is transforming us, preparing us for what's coming. Do you think we'll be ready in time? I don't know, Daphne admitted. But I know we're giving it everything we've got. That has to count for something. The first test of their new abilities came sooner than expected. A Death Eater attack on a nearby village sent shockwaves through the magical community. Harry and Daphne were at the manor when the news arrived, their hearts filled with a mixture of fear and determination. We have to help, Harry said. We can't just sit here and do nothing. Lord Greengrass hesitated. You're not ready. You've only just begun your training. We're as ready as we'll ever be, Daphne said firmly. The pact demands action. We can't ignore it. Lord Greengrass looked at them, his expression conflicted. Finally, he nodded. Very well. But you'll be accompanied by Oris. And you'll follow their instructions. Harry and Daphne nodded, their hands clasped together. They were going to fight, and they were going to win. The village was in chaos when they arrived. Fires raged, buildings collapsed, and people screamed in terror. Death Eaters stalked through the streets, their masks gleaming in the firelight. Harry and Daphne exchanged a glance, their determination clear. Together, they raised their wands. Guardian Shield, they said in unison. A massive barrier erupted around the village, blocking the Death Eaters' attacks and protecting the trapped villagers. The Dark Wizards turned, surprised by the sudden resistance. Who dares? One of them hissed. We dare, Harry shouted, his voice ringing with authority. He and Daphne moved forward, their magic flowing together in perfect harmony. They cast spell after spell, driving the Death Eaters back, protecting the innocent. The battle was fierce but brief. The Death Eaters, caught off guard by the children's power, retreated into the darkness. Harry and Daphne stood in the village square, their chests heaving, their wands still raised. Around them, the villagers emerged from their hiding places, their faces filled with awe. The boy who lived. Someone whispered. He saved us. He and the Greengrass girl. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest, not pride, but a deep sense of satisfaction. He had protected people. He had done exactly what the pact demanded. Are you okay? Daphne asked, turning to him. I'm fine, Harry said. Better than fine. I feel like we did what we were supposed to do. Daphne nodded, her eyes shining. That's what the pact is about. Protecting people. Standing up against darkness. Together, Harry said. Together, Daphne agreed. The success of the mission spread quickly. Harry and Daphne became known as the Guardian Heirs, the children who had defeated Death Eaters and protected the innocent. Their fame grew, and with it, their influence. This is exactly what the pact was designed for, Lord Greengrass said, reading the newspaper reports. You're building a reputation as protectors. People will rally to your cause. Harry nodded slowly. But is that enough? Is fame enough to win the war? It's a start, Lord Greengrass said. People need heroes. They need something to believe in. You and Daphne provide that. Harry looked at Daphne, his heart full. We'll keep fighting. We'll keep protecting people. That's what we do. Daphne took his hand, her smile bright. That's what we'll always do. The following weeks were filled with more training, more battles, and more discoveries. The Pact Tome continued to reveal new secrets, ancient spells, hidden alliances, and the names of families that had been loyal to the Pact for centuries. Harry and Daphne studied tirelessly, absorbing as much knowledge as they could. But there were also moments of quiet, moments when they could just be children, enjoying each other's company. Do you ever think about what we'd be like without the Pact? Harry asked one evening, as they sat in the garden watching the fireflies dance. Sometimes, Daphne admitted. I think we'd still be friends. I felt drawn to you from the moment we met. But the Pact makes it more than that. It makes us partners. Is that a bad thing? No, Daphne said, her voice soft. It's the best thing that ever happened to me. Harry leaned against her, their shoulders touching. Me too. The pact brought us together, but it's our choices that matter. We choose each other, every single day. Daphne smiled, her hand finding his. And we'll keep choosing each other. Forever. But the enemy was also moving. Voldemort had heard of the Guardian Heir's success, and he was furious. The children were growing too powerful, too influential. They had to be stopped. Find a way to break the pact, he commanded his followers. Find a way to separate them. If we can break their bond, we can destroy them. The Death Eaters began plotting, searching for weaknesses they could exploit. Harry and Daphne sensed the danger through the bond. Something's wrong, Harry said one evening, his instincts prickling. I can feel it. Voldemort is planning something. Daphne nodded, her expression grim. I feel it too. The pact is warning us. We need to be careful. We'll be ready, Harry said firmly. We'll protect each other, no matter what. The attack came on the night of the full moon. Death Eaters descended on Greengrass Manor, their wands blazing, their masks gleaming in the moonlight. The manor's wards held, but only barely. Harry and Daphne rushed to the defense, their magic flowing together in a blaze of silver light. They fought side by side, casting guardian shields and guardian bursts, driving the attackers back. But the Death Eaters were prepared. They had brought dark artifacts designed to weaken the pact, to create a rift between the heirs. Harry felt the darkness pressing against the bond, trying to break it. He felt Daphne's pain as the artifacts did their work, her magic faltering. No! He shouted, pouring all his strength into the bond. I won't let you take her from me! The silver light blazed brighter than ever, pushing back the darkness, reinforcing the bond. The artifacts shattered, their power broken. Together! Harry shouted. Always! The Death Eaters retreated, defeated once again. In the aftermath, Harry and Daphne stood in the manor's great hall, their bodies exhausted but their spirits unbroken. We did it, Daphne whispered. We survived. We survived because we stayed together, Harry said. The bond held because we chose each other. Daphne leaned against him, her head resting on his shoulder. I love you, Harry. I've never said that before. But I mean it. I love you. Harry wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. I love you too, Daphne. I always have. They stood together in the glow of the ancient runes, the bond between them pulsing with warmth and strength. They had faced the darkness and won. And they knew that whatever came next, they would face it together. That night, Harry dreamed of Harold and Elara. They were standing together in a field of silver flowers, their hands clasped, their magic flowing together in perfect harmony. You've done well, descendants, Harold said, his voice filled with pride. You've faced the darkness and refused to break. Elara nodded, her eyes warm. The pact is stronger than ever because you chose each other. That's the secret, the thing that makes the magic work. Harry looked at them, his heart full. Thank you. Thank you for creating this, for protecting us all. You must continue, Harold said. The war is not over. But with the pact by your side you can win. We will, Harry said firmly. We'll fight until the darkness is defeated. We promise. The dream faded, but the warmth of their ancestors' approval remained. Weeks turned into months, and the guardian heirs grew stronger. The council was fully established, bringing together allied families from across Britain. The ancient defensive enchantments were being restored, one by one. And Harry and Daphne were at the center of it all, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. We're doing it, Harry said one evening, looking out over the Greengrass estate. We're actually doing it. We're saving magical Britain. Daphne took his hand, her smile bright. We're saving it together. That's what makes it possible. Harry squeezed her hand, his heart full. Together. Always. The chapter ended with a new beginning. Harry and Daphne stood at the threshold of their future, their bond stronger than ever, their purpose clear. They would protect magical Britain from the darkness. That threatened it. They would honor the pact that had brought them together. And they would do it all, side by side. The ancient contract had revealed its purpose: to unite two bloodlines capable of restoring powerful ancient defensive magic that protected Britain during the First Wizarding War centuries ago. And now, its heirs were ready to fulfill that purpose. Together. Always. Chapter 7 Lordships and Hidden Inheritance. The letter arrived at dawn, carried by an owl that was larger and more regal than any Harry had ever seen. Its feathers were pure white, its eyes a gleaming gold, and it bore a scroll sealed with the ancient crest of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry stood at the window of his room, watching the owl circle once before landing gracefully on the windowsill. The creature extended its leg, offering the scroll with an almost ceremonial dignity. "What's this?" Harry murmured, taking the scroll. The seal was warm to the touch, pulsing with faint magical energy. He broke the seal and unrolled the parchment. The words were written in elegant gold script that seemed to shimmer in the morning light. To Harry James Greengrass Potter. By order of the Goblin Nation and the ancient laws of Wizarding Britain, you are hereby summoned to Gringotts Wizarding Bank for the formal reading of your inheritance. This summons is urgent and cannot be delayed. You are required to present yourself at the bank no later than 3 days from the date of this letter, accompanied by your legal guardians. Your presence is mandatory. Failure to appear will result in the forfeiture of all unclaimed inheritances. Harry read the letter twice, his heart racing. Inheritance? He knew he had a vault at Gringotts. The Dursleys had mentioned it once, though they'd been furious about the freak money. But this sounded like something more. Something important. He rushed to find Daphne. Daphne was in the breakfast room, sipping tea and reading a book on ancient magical theory. She looked up as Harry burst through the door, her eyebrows rising. "Harry? What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," Harry said, holding out the letter. "I just got this. From Gringotts. It says I have to come for a reading of my inheritance." Daphne took the letter, scanning it quickly. Her eyes widened. "The Goblin Nation is summoning you personally? That's unprecedented. They never summon wizards directly, not unless it's something of extreme importance. What does it mean?" "I don't know," Daphne admitted. "But we should show this to Father. He'll know what to do." Lord Greengrass was in his study, reviewing documents with his usual intensity. He looked up as Harry and Daphne entered, his expression shifting to concern when he saw their faces. "What's happened?" Harry handed him the letter. Lord Greengrass read it silently, his brow furrowing deeper with each line. "This is unexpected," he said finally. "The Goblin Nation doesn't interfere in wizard affairs unless there's a matter of blood or property. For them to summon you directly, there must be something significant in the Potter vaults." "I thought I just had a small vault," Harry said. "That's what the Dursleys told me." "The Dursleys knew nothing," Lord Greengrass said bluntly. "The Potter family is one of the oldest wizarding lines in Britain. You're not just the heir to a small vault, Harry, you're the heir to an ancient and powerful legacy." Harry felt his head spinning. "What kind of legacy?" "That's what we're going to find out," Lord Greengrass said. "We'll go to Gringotts tomorrow. Prepare yourself, Harry. This may change everything." The journey to Gringotts was a blur of anxiety and anticipation. Harry, Daphne, and Lord Greengrass traveled by Flynn network to the Leaky Cauldron, then made their way through the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. The wizarding shopping district was crowded with shoppers, their robes swirling in the autumn breeze. Gringotts loomed before them, its white marble facade gleaming in the morning sun. The goblin guards at the entrance nodded curtly as they passed, their golden eyes following the young wizard with interest. Inside, the bank was as imposing as ever, vast, echoing halls lined with marble pillars, goblins working at high desks, and the distant clinking of gold coins from the vaults below. "Harry Greengrass Potter," Lord Greengrass announced to the head teller. "We're here for the inheritance reading." The goblin, a gnarled creature with a long nose and sharp teeth, studied Harry with keen interest. "Ah, yes. The Potter heir. We've been expecting you. Please follow me. He led them through winding corridors to a private chamber deep within the bank. The room was richly appointed, with leather chairs, a massive oak table, and walls lined with portraits of goblin kings. At the center of the table sat a stack of documents, bound with silver ribbons. Please sit, the goblin said. I am Grip Hook, and I will be overseeing the reading of your inheritance. Harry took a seat, Daphne beside him, Lord Greengrass on his other side. His heart was pounding so loudly he was sure everyone could hear it. Grip Hook opened the first document, his clawed fingers tracing the ancient script. Harry James Greengrass Potter, you are hereby recognized as the sole heir to the Potter family estates, properties, and vaults. This includes the following holdings. He began to read, and Harry's eyes grew wider with each word. Potter Manor, located in Godric's Hollow, has been sealed since the deaths of your parents. Its wards remain intact, awaiting your activation. Also included, the Potter family vaults at Greengrass, containing a total of... Griphook paused, his eyes widening slightly. Well, this is unexpected. What is it? Harry asked, leaning forward. Griphook cleared his throat. Your vaults, as registered by the current valuations, contain approximately 1,200,000 galleons, plus an additional 300,000 in reserve assets. You also hold a significant portfolio of investments in various wizarding enterprises. Harry's jaw dropped. He'd never even imagined that much money existed in the world. That's incredible. That is just the beginning. Grip Hook continued. You are also the heir to several ancient estates connected to the Potter lineage. These include the lands of Godric's Hollow, the coastal properties of the Isle of Man, and... He paused again, his expression shifting to something like awe. The guardianship of the Potter family vaults, which contain knowledge and artifacts beyond monetary value. Harry felt Daphne's hand find his under the table. Artifacts? She asked. What kind of artifacts? Griphook's eyes glittered. The Potter family has collected magical knowledge for centuries. Their vaults contain rare books, enchanted artifacts, and records of ancient magical practices that have been lost to most of the wizarding world. The Guardian Pact, your pact, has unlocked access to these vaults. You are now entitled to explore them freely. The tour of the Potter vaults was like stepping into another world. Harry and Daphne descended into the depths of Greengrass on a rickety mine cart, the goblin driver navigating the winding tunnels with practiced ease. The vaults flashed by, some small, some enormous, their contents glinting in the torchlight. Here we are, Griphook announced, as the cart ground to a halt. Vault 687. The main Potter family vault. The door was massive, solid iron, covered in intricate runes that pulsed with faint silver light. Griphook pressed his hand to the center, and the runes blazed to life, the door swinging open with a groan. Harry stepped inside, and his breath caught in his throat. The vault was enormous, stretching far beyond what the outside dimensions suggested. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books and scrolls and artifacts that glowed with magical energy. Coins were stacked in neat piles, not just galleons, but ancient currencies Harry didn't recognize. And at the center of the room, on a pedestal of black marble, rested a crystal orb that pulsed with silver light. What is this place? Harry whispered. Your legacy, Griphook said. The Potter family has guarded this vault for centuries. It contains knowledge that could change the fate of magical Britain, knowledge that is now yours to protect. Harry approached the pedestal, his hand reaching out to touch the crystal orb. The moment his fingers made contact, a surge of power shot through him, warm and bright and impossibly vast. He saw visions, ancient wizards casting spells that wove the fabric of reality. Battles fought against dark forces, the creation of the Guardian Pact itself. He saw Harold Potter and Elara Greengrass, their faces determined, their magic intertwined, fighting side by side against overwhelming odds. And he saw himself, standing with Daphne, their magic flowing together, their bond unbreakable, facing the darkness that threatened their world. Harry? Daphne's voice broke through the vision. Are you okay? Harry blinked, the images fading. He was back in the vault, his hands still on the crystal orb. "I'm fine," he said, his voice slightly shaky. I saw things. The past. The future. The pact." Daphne's eyes widened. "The orb showed you visions?" "It showed me everything," Harry said. "The history of the pact, the battles that were fought, the sacrifices that were made. It showed me what we're supposed to do." "And what's that?" "We're supposed to protect magical Britain," Harry said simply. "That's always been the pact's purpose. We're the guardians, Daphne. We're the ones who have to stand against the darkness." Daphne took his hand, her grip firm. "Then that's what we'll do. Together." The vaults held treasures beyond Harry's wildest imagination. There were enchanted artifacts, cloaks that could turn their wearer invisible, swords that glowed with ancient magic, rings that could deflect curses. There were books, thousands of them, containing knowledge that had been lost for centuries. There were portraits of ancestors who spoke to Harry, offering advice and encouragement. And there were the family records. Harry spent hours poring over them, learning about his lineage. He discovered that the Potters had always been protectors, guardians of magical Britain who had fought against darkness in every age. His ancestors had been warriors, scholars, and leaders, their legacy stretching back to the earliest days of wizarding society. "You come from a long line of heroes," Lord Greengrass said, studying a portrait of Harry's great-great-grandfather. "It's no surprise the pact chose you." Harry felt a sense of pride, and also a sense of responsibility. He had to live up to his ancestors' legacy. He had to be worthy of their sacrifice. "I will," he vowed silently. "I will." The discovery of the hidden vaults brought new challenges. The marriage contract had unlocked more than just vaults, it had unlocked Harry's status as a lord. As the last living heir of the Potter line, he was now the legal head of the family, with all the rights and responsibilities that came with the title. "This makes you a very powerful young wizard," Lord Greengrass explained. "As a lord, you have a seat on the Wizengamot, you have voting rights on magical law, and you have influence over the magical community." Harry felt overwhelmed. "I don't know anything about politics. How am I supposed to be a lord?" "You'll learn," Lord Greengrass said. "I'll teach you. And you have Daphne to support you. She's been training for this since she was a child." Daphne squeezed Harry's hand. "We'll learn together." "That's what we do." Harry nodded, feeling a sense of determination. He would learn. He would become the leader the pact demanded. He would protect magical Britain, no matter the cost. The training intensified. Harry was now studying politics, economics, and diplomacy in addition to his magical education. He learned about the history of the Wizengamot, the structure of the ministry, and the complex web of alliances that govern magical society. "It's a lot," he admitted to Daphne one evening. "I feel like my brain is going to explode." "It is a lot," Daphne agreed. "But you're handling it well. You're learning faster than anyone expected." "Thanks to you," Harry said. "You've been helping me so much." "You're my partner," Daphne said simply. "That's what partners do." The hidden vaults also contained secrets about the pact itself. Harry and Daphne discovered documents that explained the true nature of their bond, not just a marriage contract, but a soul link, a connection that went beyond magic to the very core of their beings. "It says we're connected on a spiritual level," Harry said, reading from an ancient scroll. "Our magic, our emotions, our very thoughts, they're intertwined. We're not just partners, Daphne. We're like two halves of a whole." Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "Is that scary?" "Maybe," Harry admitted. "But it also feels right. Like this is exactly what was supposed to happen." Daphne smiled, her hand finding his. "It is. The pact knew what it was doing when it chose us." The next challenge came from an unexpected source. Lord Malfoy, one of the most powerful wizards in Britain, petitioned the Wizengamot to challenge Harry's lordship. He argued that the Potter line had been dormant for too long, that Harry was too young and too inexperienced to hold such power. "He's trying to undermine you," Lord Greengrass said grimly. "He's allied with Voldemort, or at least sympathetic to his cause. He wants to weaken our position." "What do we do?" Harry asked. "We fight," Lord Greengrass said. "We present evidence of your lineage, your inheritance, and your status as the Pack's chosen heir. And we make it clear that you will not be intimidated." The Wizengamot hearing was tense. Harry sat in the chamber, his heart pounding, as the assembled wizards debated his status. Lord Malfoy's arguments were polished and persuasive, but Harry's supporters were equally determined. "Harry Potter is the last living heir of the Potter line," Lord Greengrass argued. "His status as a lord is confirmed by the Gringotts records, the Guardian Pact, and ancient magical law. Any challenge to that is baseless. His age is a concern," Lord Malfoy countered. "How can a child be expected to take on such responsibility?" "He won't be alone," Daphne spoke up, her voice steady despite her youth. "He has the support of his family, his allies, and the Pact itself. He's ready." The Wizengamot deliberated for hours. Harry waited, his hand clasped in Daphne's, his heart in his throat. Finally, the verdict came. The Wizengamot recognizes Harry James Greengrass Potter as the legitimate heir to the Potter lordship, the chief warlock announced. "His status is confirmed. All challenges to his inheritance are dismissed." Harry felt a surge of relief. He had won. After the hearing, Lord Malfoy approached them. His face was carefully neutral, but there was a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter," he said. "You've won this round. But there will be others." Harry met his gaze steadily. "I know. And I'll be ready." Lord Malfoy's eyes flickered to Daphne, then back to Harry. "The Pact makes you powerful, but it also makes you vulnerable. Your bond can be broken. Your allies can be turned. Your family can be destroyed. Are you threatening me?" Harry asked, his voice cold. "I'm offering you advice," Lord Malfoy said. "Take it or leave it." He walked away, leaving Harry and Daphne standing in silence. "He's right," Harry said quietly. "The Pact makes us powerful, but it also makes us targets. Voldemort will try to break us. Then we won't let him," Daphne said firmly. "We'll protect each other, no matter." "What?" Harry nodded, feeling a surge of determination. Together. Together. The discovery of the hidden vaults continued to unfold. Each week brought new revelations, ancient artifacts, lost knowledge, and family secrets that had been buried for centuries. Harry and Daphne spent hours in the vaults, cataloging the treasures and learning about their heritage. "This is amazing," Daphne said one afternoon, holding up an enchanted ring that shimmered with blue light. "It's a protection ring. It can deflect any curse aimed at the wearer." Harry examined the ring, feeling the magic pulsing within it. "We should keep it safe. It could be useful. All of this could be useful," Daphne said, gesturing around the vault. "Books, artifacts, knowledge. The Pact has given us an incredible advantage." Harry nodded slowly. "But we can't keep it all to ourselves. We need to share this knowledge with our allies. It's the only way we'll win." Daphne smiled. "You're right. That's exactly what Harold and Alara would have done." The creation of the Guardian Council continued. Harry and Daphne worked with Lord Greengrass to establish the council, recruiting representatives from the allied families. The council's purpose was to advise the heirs, support their efforts, and coordinate resistance against Voldemort. "You're building something important," Lady Greengrass said, watching Harry and Daphne work. "An alliance that will protect magical Britain for generations." Harry nodded, his expression serious. "That's what the Pact is about. That's what we're fighting for." The next phase of their training began. Master Harrow introduced them to advanced guardian magic, spells that could only be cast through the bond. These spells were incredibly powerful, but also incredibly dangerous. A mistake could result in serious injury or even death. "Are you ready for this?" Master Harrow asked. "There's no shame in backing down." Harry and Daphne exchanged a glance. "We're ready," they said together. The training was brutal. They learned to cast spells that could heal wounds, deflect curses, and even raise protective barriers around entire cities. It was exhausting, demanding, and sometimes terrifying. But they persevered. Their bond grew stronger with each challenge, their trust in each other deepening. "We can do this," Harry said, as they finished a particularly grueling session. "We can win." Daphne smiled, her face streaked with sweat. "I know we can. Because we're together." The final revelation came when they least expected it. Harry was exploring a dusty corner of the vault when he found a small, leather-bound journal. It was old, older than any of the other documents, and its pages were filled with elegant script. "What is it?" Daphne asked, coming to stand beside him. Harry opened the journal, reading the first page. "It's a journal. From the very first Potter, the one who founded the family. He wrote about the pact?" "He wrote about everything," Harry said, his voice filled with wonder. "The founding of the family, the creation of the pact, the battles they fought. It's all here." Daphne leaned in, reading over his shoulder. "This is incredible. This is the missing piece, the origin of everything." Harry nodded, his heart full. "We have everything we need now. The knowledge, the artifacts, the allies. We're ready." "Ready for what?" "Ready to win." The chapter ended with Harry and Daphne standing in the vault, surrounded by centuries of family history. They had discovered their true inheritance, not just gold or artifacts, but a legacy of protection and sacrifice that stretched back to the dawn of magical Britain. "I understand now," Harry said softly. "Why the pact was created, why it chose us. We're not just heirs. We're guardians. We're protectors. That's what the Potter line has always been." Daphne took his hand, her grip firm. "And that's what we'll always be. Together." Harry smiled, feeling a sense of peace that he'd never known before. Together. Always. They left the vault, their hands clasped, their bond strong. The journey ahead would be difficult, filled with battles, sacrifices, and losses. But they were ready. They had the knowledge, the allies, and the determination to win. The ancient contract had revealed its purpose: to unite two bloodlines capable of restoring powerful ancient defensive magic that protected Britain during the First Wizarding War centuries ago. And now, its heirs were ready to fulfill that purpose. Together. Always. Forever. Chapter 8, Childhood Training. The autumn sun cast long shadows across the training grounds of Greengrass Manor, painting the grass in shades of gold and amber. Harry stood at the center of the practice circle, his wand raised, his breathing steady despite the exhaustion that pulled at his muscles. Across from him, Daphne mirrored his stance, her blue eyes focused and determined. Again, Master Harrow commanded from the sidelines. "From the beginning. And this time, don't think, feel." Harry closed his eyes, letting the familiar warmth of the bond flow through him. He could sense Daphne's presence, her magic humming in perfect harmony with his own. They'd been practicing combined casting for nearly 2 years now, ever since the pact had awakened, and their synchronization had become second nature. "Together," he murmured. "Together," Daphne echoed. They moved as one, their wands tracing identical patterns in the air. Silver light erupted from their joined magic, forming a complex web of protective enchantments that shimmered around the training circle. The spell was beautiful and deadly, a guardian weave, designed to trap and neutralize dark magic. "Excellent," Master Harrow said, genuine approval in his voice. "Your control has improved significantly. The pact is strengthening your connection, allowing you to channel magic more efficiently." Harry lowered his wand, panting slightly. "It feels different now. Easier. Like we don't have to try as hard. The bond is maturing," Master Harrow explained. "When it first activated, you were learning to work together. Now you're learning to become one. The pact recognizes your commitment to each other and rewards it with enhanced magical compatibility." Daphne moved to stand beside Harry, her hand finding his. We've been training for 2 years, she said. Every day, without fail. When does it stop feeling like work? Master Harrow's weathered face cracked into something that might have been a smile. When you stop seeing it as work and start seeing it as breathing. The magic should become as natural to you as air. That's when you'll truly be ready. Harry thought about that as they walked back to the manor. 2 years of training, defensive spells, offensive magic, ancient enchantments, political theory. It had been exhausting, demanding, and sometimes overwhelming. But it had also been the best 2 years of his life. He had a family. He had a purpose. And he had Daphne. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, squeezing his hand. "Just everything," Harry admitted. "How much has changed? How different my life is now." "Good different?" "The best different," Harry said firmly. "I wouldn't trade this for anything." The early morning training sessions had become a ritual. Harry would rise before dawn, dress in his practice robes, and meet Daphne in the gardens. They would run through warm-up exercises, simple spells to wake their magic, before Master Harrow arrived to push them to their limits. "Your stance is too wide," Master Harrow said one morning, correcting Harry's position. "You're leaving yourself open to counterattacks." Harry adjusted his stance, trying to find the balance. "Like this? Better. Now, Greengrass, I want you to attack. Potter, defend." Daphne raised her wand, a fierce grin on her face. "Ready?" "Ready." She cast a rapid series of spells, stunners, impediment jinxes, and a blasting curse that would have knocked Harry off his feet if he hadn't been prepared. He deflected each one, his shield holding steady. "Faster," Master Harrow demanded. "Greengrass, don't give him time to recover. Potter, trust your instincts." The spells came faster, and Harry found himself moving on pure instinct. He wasn't thinking about the incantations or the wand movements. He was just reacting, his magic flowing through him like water. "Protego!" he shouted, and a shimmering shield erupted around him, deflecting Daphne's barrage. "Good," Master Harrow said. "Very good. Now switch." They exchanged positions, Harry attacking and Daphne defending. The training continued for another hour, both of them pushing themselves to the limit. Finally, Master Harrow called a halt. "Enough for today. You've done well." Harry collapsed onto the grass, his chest heaving. "I feel like I've been hit by a train." "That's the feeling of growth," Master Harrow said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Embrace it." The afternoons were dedicated to less physical but equally demanding studies. Harry and Daphne sat in the library, surrounded by ancient tomes and scrolls, studying the theory behind their magic. Professor Aldrich guided them through the complexities of Guardian magic, explaining the principles that underpinned their spells. "The Guardian weave you practice is based on principles of interdimensional magic," Professor Aldrich explained. "The spells don't just create barriers, they reinforce the very fabric of reality, making it more resistant to dark magic." Harry frowned, trying to understand. "So we're not just shielding ourselves. We're strengthening the world around us?" "Precisely," Professor Aldrich said. "That's why Guardian magic is so powerful, and so difficult to master. You're not just casting spells, you're reshaping the magical landscape." Daphne was taking notes, her quill moving rapidly across the parchment. "How does the pact enhance this process?" "The pact creates a sympathetic link between your magical cores," Professor Aldrich explained. "When you cast together, your magic resonates at the same frequency, amplifying each other's power. It's like two instruments playing in perfect harmony. The sound is greater than either could produce alone." Harry thought about that, feeling the warmth of the bond between them. "So our magic is stronger because we're connected." "Connected and committed," Professor Aldrich said. "The pact rewards loyalty, trust, and shared purpose. The more you choose each other, the more powerful your magic becomes." The political education continued as well. Lord Greengrass spent hours with Harry and Daphne, explaining the complexities of magical governance. He taught them about the Wiesengemot, the Ministry, and the various factions that competed for power. Politics is about relationships, Lord Greengrass explained one evening. It's about understanding people's motivations and finding ways to align them with your goals. As the heirs to the pact, you'll need to navigate these relationships carefully. Harry nodded, absorbing the lesson. So we need to build alliances with the right people. Exactly. The Bones family is loyal to the light. The Longbottoms are steadfast allies. The Weasleys are trustworthy, despite their blood traitor status. But there are others, families like the Malfoys, the Blacks, the Knots, who will oppose you at every turn. How do we deal with them? Carefully, Lord Greengrass said. You don't want to make enemies unnecessarily. But you also can't afford to show weakness. The political landscape is a chessboard, and you need to think several moves ahead. The family dinners were Harry's favorite part of the day. Lady Greengrass always made sure there was a spread of delicious food, and the conversation was warm and lively. Astoria would chatter about her studies, Lord Greengrass would share stories from his work, and Daphne and Harry would discuss their training. You're getting so big, Lady Greengrass said one evening, looking at Harry with maternal pride. I remember when you first came to us, so small and frightened. Now you're almost a young man. Harry smiled, feeling a warmth spread through his chest. That's because you took care of me. All of you. Your family, Lord Greengrass said firmly. That's what family does. Astoria tugged on Harry's sleeve. Harry, will you tell me a story tonight? Please? Harry laughed, ruffling her hair. Of course. What kind of story? A story about dragons, Astoria said. And magic. And brave knights. I think I can manage that. The bedtime stories had become a tradition. Every evening, Harry would sit with Astoria in her room, weaving tales of adventure and magic. He told her about the ancient guardians who had protected magical Britain, about the battles they'd fought and the sacrifices they'd made. But the guardians always won, right? Astoria asked, her eyes wide. Always, Harry said. Because they believed in what they were fighting for. And because they had each other. Astoria nodded solemnly. Like you and Daphne? Harry felt a lump form in his throat. Yes. Exactly like us. I'm glad you're my brother, Astoria said, hugging him tightly. I'm glad you came to live with us. Harry hugged her back, his heart full. I'm glad too, Astoria. More than I can say. The training continued, week after week, month after month. Harry and Daphne progressed from basic spells to complex magical formations, their combined power growing stronger with each session. They learned to channel their magic through each other, to share energy and amplify each other's strengths. You're becoming formidable, Master Harrow acknowledged one afternoon, after they'd successfully cast a guardian barrier that covered the entire training ground. In another year, you'll be ready for anything. Another year? Harry asked, disappointed. That seems like a long time. Time is relative, Master Harrow said. You're still children, and your magical cores are still developing. Rushing the process could damage your abilities permanently. Daphne nodded, her expression thoughtful. We'll be patient. The pact will guide us. Master Harrow looked at them both, his weathered face unreadable. You've learned well. Your bond is strong. The pact chose wisely. The lessons in magical etiquette continued as well. Madame Thorne, the stern etiquette tutor, pushed Harry and Daphne to master the intricate social rituals of wizarding society. Harry found the lessons tedious, but he understood their importance. The Pureblood families are governed by tradition, Madame Thorne explained. You must understand their customs if you hope to win their support. Harry practiced the proper bow, the correct form of address, the intricate handshake that signified alliance. It was all so formal, so different from the simple honesty he'd grown up with. This is exhausting, he confessed to Daphne one evening. Why do people make everything so complicated? Because tradition is power, Daphne said. And power is what we need to win. Harry sighed. I know. I just wish it could be simpler. It will be, Daphne promised. Once we have enough allies, we can start changing things. making them better. The magical theory lessons became more advanced. Professor Aldrich introduced them to the concept of magical resonance, the idea that spells could be amplified by aligning their frequencies. The pact, he explained, was essentially a resonance amplifier, allowing Harry and Daphne's magic to harmonize perfectly. Your bond creates a sympathetic vibration between your magical cores, Professor Aldrich said. When you cast together, your spells resonate at a higher frequency, making them more powerful and more precise. Harry practiced focusing his magic, trying to match Daphne's frequency. It was difficult at first, like trying to tune an instrument by ear. But gradually, he began to feel the resonance, the sense of their magic aligning, pulsing in perfect rhythm. I can feel it, he said, his eyes widening. It's like we're vibrating on the same wavelength. Exactly, Professor Aldrich said. That's the power of the pact. That's why you're so effective together. The bond continued to deepen. Harry and Daphne spent more and more time together, their lives becoming increasingly intertwined. They trained together, studied together, and shared every aspect of their lives. The bond had become so natural that Harry couldn't imagine being without it. Do you ever wonder what it would be like? Daphne asked one evening, as they sat in the garden watching the sunset. If the pact hadn't activated? Sometimes, Harry admitted. I'd probably still be with the Dursleys. Alone, miserable, wondering if anyone would ever care about me. Daphne took his hand, her grip warm. I'm glad it activated. I'm glad we found each other. Me too, Harry said softly. I can't imagine my life without you. The arrival of their 11th birthdays brought new concerns. Hogwarts was approaching, and with it, a whole new set of challenges. The Wizarding School was a place of both opportunity and danger, a place where they could learn and grow, but also where Voldemort's agents might try to strike. Are you nervous? Daphne asked Harry, as they prepared for their first visit to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies. Terrified, Harry admitted. But also excited. It's going to be different, being at Hogwarts. Away from here. It'll be an adventure, Daphne said, her eyes bright. We'll learn new magic, make new friends, and face new challenges. And Voldemort will be waiting, Harry said grimly. Let him wait, Daphne said fiercely. We'll be ready. The visit to Diagon Alley was overwhelming. Harry had been to the Wizarding shopping district before, but never like this, never as an almost Hogwarts student. The shops were crowded with families buying supplies, the air filled with excited chatter and the smell of magical treats. First stop, Ollivander's, Lord Greengrass announced. You need wands before anything else. The wand shop was dusty and dim, lined with shelves that stretched to the ceiling. Mr. Ollivander, the elderly wand maker, studied Harry with pale, knowing eyes. Ah, he said, his voice soft. Harry Potter. I wondered when you'd come. I remember your mother and father, you know. Their wands were both particularly suited to them. He measured Harry's arm, his eyes, his magical signature. Then he began pulling wands from the shelves. Try this one, he said, handing Harry a wand of ash and dragon heartstring. Harry waved it, and a shelf of wands toppled over. Sorry, he said, his face red. Not to worry, Ollivander said. Let's try another. The process continued for what felt like hours, each one failing to resonate with Harry's magic. Finally, Ollivander reached for a dusty box at the back of the shop. Curious, he murmured. Very curious. I wondered if this one might choose you. He opened the box, revealing a wand of holly and phoenix feather. The moment Harry's fingers closed around it, warmth flooded through him, a sense of rightness, of belonging. The phoenix feather from Fawkes, Ollivander said, his voice filled with wonder. His other feather chose the Dark Lord. This one chose you. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Voldemort's wand is the same? The same core, Ollivander confirmed. Curious, indeed. Daphne's wand selection was equally momentous. A wand of rosewood and unicorn hair, elegant and precise. The bond between them pulsed with warmth as they held their new wands, their magic resonating in perfect harmony. The Hogwarts Express journey was an adventure in itself. Harry and Daphne found a compartment near the back of the train, their trunks stored above. The other students streamed past, their faces a mixture of excitement and nervousness. "Look at them," Daphne said, gesturing to the crowded corridor. "They have no idea what's coming." "Neither do we," Harry pointed out. "Not really. But we have each other," Daphne said. "That makes all the difference." The sorting ceremony was a blur of names and faces. Harry sat in the great hall, his heart pounding, as the students were called up one by one. He watched as Hermione Granger was sorted into Gryffindor, Neville Longbottom into Gryffindor, Draco Malfoy into Slytherin. "Potter, Harry!" A hush fell over the hall as Harry stepped forward. He could feel the eyes of hundreds of students on him, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and awe. He placed the sorting hat on his head, and a voice spoke in his ear. "Ah, Harry Potter! I've been waiting for you. You have the courage of a Gryffindor, but also the ambition of a Slytherin, loyalty of a Hufflepuff, and intelligence of a Ravenclaw. Where to put you? Not Slytherin," Harry thought desperately. "Please, not Slytherin." "Not Slytherin?" the hat asked. "You could be great, you know. It's all here in your head. But I sense your desire to prove yourself." "Very well. Gryffindor!" The Gryffindor table erupted in applause as Harry made his way over, his cheeks flushed. He saw Hermione and Neville there, smiling and cheering. "Greengrass, Daphne!" Daphne stepped forward, calm and composed. The hat barely touched her head before shouting, "Slytherin!" The Slytherin table applauded politely as Daphne took her seat. She caught Harry's eye across the hall and smiled, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. The days at Hogwarts were a whirlwind of discovery. Harry and Daphne attended classes together: charms, transfiguration, potions, defense against the dark arts. Their combined power made them stand out, their spells consistently outperforming their classmates. "Your bond is truly remarkable," Professor Flitwick said one day, after Harry and Daphne had cast a particularly complex charm together. "I've never seen anything like it." Harry smiled, glancing at Daphne. "We've had a lot of practice." The other students were curious about the pact, asking questions about its origins and purpose. Harry and Daphne answered patiently, sharing what they could without revealing too much. "Are you really going to get married?" a Ravenclaw girl asked one day, her eyes wide. Harry and Daphne exchanged a glance. "That's what the contract says," Daphne said carefully. "But it's a long way off." The first potions class was a disaster. Professor Snape, the potions master, seemed to despise Harry on sight. He singled him out for criticism, mocking his efforts and belittling his accomplishments. "Clearly, fame isn't everything," Snape sneered, after Harry's potion had turned a sickly shade of green. "Perhaps you should stick to what you're good at, being a celebrity." Harry felt his face burn with humiliation. Daphne shot Snape a glare, her hand finding Harry's under the table. "Ignore him," she whispered. "He's bitter and cruel. You're better than he'll ever be." The bond between Harry and Daphne continued to strengthen. They spent their evenings in the library, studying together and exploring the ancient magic that the pact had unlocked. The knowledge they'd gained at Greengrass Manor gave them an advantage over their classmates, but there was always more to learn. "This is amazing," Daphne said one night, reading from a book on advanced defensive enchantments. "The founders of Hogwarts knew about guardian magic. They built it into the castle's wards." Harry leaned over to look. "So the pact is connected to Hogwarts? That explains why the bond feels stronger here." "The castle recognizes the magic," Daphne agreed. "It's responding to our presence." The first sign of trouble came in the form of a letter from Lord Greengrass. Voldemort's forces were growing bolder. Death Eater attacks were increasing. And the Ministry was struggling to maintain order. The Pact's allies were being targeted, their homes attacked and their families threatened. "Voldemort is escalating," Harry said, his expression grim. He's trying to weaken our support. We can't let him, Daphne said firmly. We need to stay strong, stay united. You're right. Harry took a deep breath. We'll face this together. That's what the pact demands. The winter holidays brought a welcome respite. Harry and Daphne returned to Greengrass Manor, where Lord and Lady Greengrass were waiting with open arms. Storia bombarded them with questions about Hogwarts, her eyes shining with excitement. Tell me everything, she demanded. About the classes, and the teachers, and the magic. Harry laughed, ruffling her hair. It was wonderful. You're going to love it there. The bond strengthened during their time at home. Without the distraction of classes, Harry and Daphne could focus entirely on their training. They practiced combined spells, explored the pack's secrets, and deepened their connection. I feel different, Harry admitted one evening, as they sat in the secret tower room. Stronger. More confident. Like I can do anything. Daphne smiled. You can. With the pack supporting you, there's nothing you can't achieve. Thank you for being with me, Harry said. I don't think I could have made it this far without you. You don't have to thank me, Daphne said softly. I'm your partner. I'll always be here. The return to Hogwarts brought new challenges. Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, was nervous and stuttering, a strange choice for such an important subject. But Harry and Daphne sensed something off about him, something that made their instincts prickle. There's something wrong with him, Harry said one evening. I can feel it through the bond. Daphne nodded, her expression serious. I feel it too. He's hiding something. The discovery of Quirrell's secret came during a late-night exploration. Harry had been drawn to the third-floor corridor, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. Daphne followed, her hand clasped in his, their magic ready. Harry, maybe we should get a teacher, she whispered. Something's happening, Harry said. I can feel it. The pact is warning us. They crept down the corridor, past locked doors and through hidden passageways. Finally, they reached a chamber where a massive mirror stood, its surface gleaming with silver light. What is it? Harry asked, stepping closer. It's the Mirror of East, a voice said from behind them. They spun around to see Professor Quirrell, his face twisted in an expression that wasn't entirely his own. Show me the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell hissed, and the voice wasn't his. It was deeper, crueler, filled with ancient hatred. Voldemort, Harry breathed. Quirrell's turban was unwinding, revealing a face beneath, a snake-like visage with red eyes and a terrible power. Harry Potter, Voldemort's voice whispered. At last. The boy who lived. The battle that followed was fierce and terrifying. Harry and Daphne fought together, their magic flowing in perfect harmony. Quirrell/Voldemort was powerful, but the pack's magic was stronger. They cast Guardian Shields and Guardian Bursts, pushing the Dark Lord back. You cannot defeat me, Voldemort hissed. I am immortal! Then we'll just have to try harder, Harry shouted. He and Daphne poured their combined power into a massive spell, a guardian binding that wrapped around Quirrell's body, immobilizing him. The Dark Lord screamed in rage and frustration. This isn't over, Voldemort snarled. I will destroy you both. And then Quirrell collapsed, his body wreathed in shadows. Voldemort's spirit fled, leaving behind only the husk of his servant. The aftermath was chaos. Professor Dumbledore arrived, his face grave as he surveyed the scene. He helped Harry and Daphne to their feet, his expression filled with something like pride. You did well, he said. Very well. The pact has protected you. Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth, Daphne's hand firm in his. We did it together. Dumbledore smiled. That's what the pact is about. Together. That night, Harry and Daphne sat in the hospital wing, recovering from their ordeal. We faced Voldemort, Harry said, his voice filled with wonder. We actually faced him and survived. Daphne squeezed his hand. We did more than survive. We fought him. We drove him away. Harry looked at her, his heart full. I couldn't have done it without you. You couldn't have done it without the pact, Daphne corrected. But you chose to use it. You chose to fight. That's what matters. The chapter ended with Harry and Daphne lying in their hospital beds, their hands clasped, their bond strong. They had faced Voldemort and survived. They had proven that the Pact's power was real, that their training had prepared them for the challenges ahead. And they knew that whatever came next, they would face it together. Together. Always. Forever. Thank you.